Hey, no complications. Just straight live. I like it.
Oh, I don't even have the TV on, guys. Don't mind me.
I didn't even notice. I was so hyped for your shirt.
You see.
And didn't even notice the hat. I didn't even realize you was wearing the hat.
You see what time it is.
I didn't even realize you was wearing the hat. I was so excited about the shirt because I think I got one coming.
You see what it is.
Got that Giants gear. Go Cubbies. Okay. Yeah. There we go. Chicago representing in here.
Chicago in the house. Everybody feels great on opening day. Everybody. Well, maybe not the A's, but
oh, there it is. 90 degrees outside, and the sneeze is still trying to kill Kenny. Come on, man. And I got golf in the background, for goodness sake.
Ooh-wee.
Burn Pizza Boy, what's good?
Burn Pizza Boy, what's good? Will Z, what up, man? Well, Russell, I mean, if you guys are excited too, I mean, that's great. I didn't think you guys would be excited. I thought you'd be a little frustrated. But if you're happy, I'm happy. It's opening day.
And like Bryce said.
Oh, that's big facts. Big facts.
Chicago's favorite sports station, ESPN 1326. I can't help it. Nope.
No station.
No station.
Oh, it's crazy. Jason Hayward still. I guess it's not crazy. He's still playing, but he was supposed to be next.
Nothing. No station. Still no station.
I'm muted. No, still no station. What happened to my thing?
There it is. Yeah, we got it. Can you turn it down a little bit? It's a little hot in our ears. And we welcome you in here to this Thursday edition of D'Lo McKC. This Thursday, April 7th edition of D'Lo McKC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. I'm Damian Barling. He's Kenny Caraway. I have no idea if we're on the air.
I think.
Acknowledge.
The music off. It's there. God bless it. Welcome to the show. Goodness gracious. I couldn't hear it. 1201. That's all we need. I swear to God, nothing can go right.
Yes, sir. I don't know. I couldn't hear you. Yes, sir.
Acknowledge.
I don't know. Is that
I should have
the cue?
I told Kenny I was this close to not doing the show today. It's clear. It's clear. Hey,
oh, it's live, pal.
Ain't nothing you can do. We here, baby. Welcome in. We appreciate you so much for being with us. The start of this show really sums up the Sacramento Kings season, doesn't it?
Oh man, jeez. The King stays catching strays.
Just we running into each other. Things going hot. Things going. There ain't nothing working right. Like, hey, if you want a show that encapsulates the Sacramento Kings, we got you.
D'Lo and KC, 12-4.
No one tell the new Sac State men's basketball coach David Patrick what a mess we are, because he's going to join us in about an hour. When you talk about guys that have been all over the world, that brother's been all over the world.
Man, he's seen it all.
Man, goodness gracious. David Patrick will be with us. NBA players across the league, including Ben Simmons. Moses Moody singing his praises.
Moses Moody.
Singing his praises yesterday. And we'll get a chance to talk to him. Deuce and Mo joining us for their monthly visit coming up at the top of the 2:00 hour. And then Olivia Christian will be with us as she is each and every single week coming up at 3:00. And a fun little, I don't think she's ready to make this announcement yet, but I'm going to make it for her. So some pretty dope, some pretty dope news coming from Olivia when she joins us.
Maybach
3:00. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Phone lines are open for you as always, 916-349-1320. You can watch the show on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320, and on the ESPN 1320 Facebook page over there on Facebook Live. Any epiphanies today that you want to get out the way and take up the first 2 hours of the show?
I'm trying to think. I mean, obviously opening day in baseball, had me thinking about a number of different things, but it's not necessarily epiphany.
Not ready for a baseball epiphany. I can't lie.
No, not yet. I mean, I just hope.
Look in the D'Lo and KC Giants gear.
You see what it is, man. The spring collection Giants gear, the shirt feels great, looks great, got the hat. You know what I'm saying? I'm ready to go to Oracle Park at any time. I'm ready to go to, what are they calling it, Ramsey? Ramsey will get in here. Sutter Health Park, downtown, West Sac, whatever. I'm ready to go. Baseball.
Oh, I was like, did they change the name again? Oh, you're talking about here.
Yeah.
You're talking about just getting to a baseball game and being out in the sun. It's like 90 today, and you sneeze 40 times every time you step outside. So you might want to.
They never play River Cats game in the day, except for on Sunday. So I won't be at the Sunday games. Nah, they know what time it is.
Okay.
they know where their home field is.
Okay.
They don't play no day games. I mean, occasionally maybe they play one on a Wednesday. Like maybe they play 2 non-Sunday day games a year, but mostly everything else is under the lights. And that's where I'll be there.
Okay. All right. You got baseball on? I can't lie. I got golf on. I'm caught up in Tiger Mania's running wild, brother.
How's he doing? Because I saw him earlier. He was even through 4.
He dropped. Yeah, he got one under. He dropped a dime out there. I don't know what hole it was, but it got the crowd warm. It got everybody's attention. I still think he's 1 under. Yeah, he's 1 under right now. The leader is, 3 under. So he's right there. He's right there. I mean, of course, I want him in contention. Make the cut, get to the weekend, be in contention, and man, watch the sports world blow up if Sunday turns into something special.
Should I do this right now? Because I love these guys. So I say these things because I love them. I love them. Like Bron. I love Bron.
Oh,
that's my guy.
Okay.
That's my guy.
Okay.
Remember when Tiger would clearly not be making the cut, and then he'd stop in the middle of the second round. Just
leave that man alone. He got a bad back. Leave that man alone. What's wrong with you? Leave Tiger alone. Come on, man. Of all days to pick on Tiger Woods, it's today. Come on,
Kenny. Picking on Tiger. That's my guy.
Who needs the man? Well, you got Kenny Caraway right here.
Tiger's my main man. I'm glad to see him back. I didn't. Like I said, I don't really watch golf, but Tiger, I was on. It was on in the office. Earlier today when Tiger teed off and was on the first hole and everything. So yeah, man, he's the guy that can get me locked in on golf. At least locked in on what he's doing. I don't really care what the rest of the leaderboard is doing. What is Tiger doing?
Soren is saying the man almost lost a leg, and Casey out here clowning him. Ooh, man, that wind is hitting in Augusta too. Tiger almost picked one up there. Now he's got a strike for just to hit par. Ooh.
Wasn't it coming down hard yesterday?
Was it? Oh, okay. I wasn't following the weather reports, but I'm watching it now, and I don't think it was. I saw a little bit of the par 3 here during the show. It didn't look like anything.
I thought it started coming down yesterday. Okay. It might have been after the par 3, or they cut it short, or whatever the case may be. But I saw it coming down. Soren it's crazy though. He's right. We were on the air when we didn't know if he was alive.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't know. As more things came out, if his legs were going to be amputated.
Mm-hmm.
And here we are, less than a year, a little more than a year. He's playing at Augusta.
12, 14, yeah, about that.
Man, that's an unbelievable feat. Unbelievable feat. And for it to, at least for me, because I don't really follow the sport, for it to come out of nowhere, like you
Yeah,
saw him, I think he played with his son a little bit or whatever. All of a sudden on Tuesday, I think it was, he's like, yeah, I plan on playing. Excuse me? Where'd this come from?
Yeah.
So it is pretty cool. If we can get to the weekend.
Tiger knows what time it is. He don't need to he don't need to come back at the Grand Cherokee finale at random golf course in Florida. He doesn't need to do that. He's like, if I'm a golf, I'm gonna do it with everybody watching, and mission accomplished. Everybody is watching Tiger golf. The shot of his practice round yesterday was insane. That was absolutely insane when they showed his practice round, and there's thousands and thousands of people, 7, 8, deep.
It's crazy,
just lined across the green into the fairway, or off the tee into the fairway. Just incredible.
Are you? I think I know this answer. Are you like one of those people who are like, I don't really like golf, but I'd love to get to the majors or the Masters one time?
No. I mean, not really. Like, I think, I think, I think there's a variety of reasons I don't want to go to the Masters, but
I mean, jeez, I'm not even gonna go there right now.
Probably a variety of reasons that the Masters don't want us to go there.
I'm not even gonna go there. It's just the name. Come on, man. Come on. We'll talk about it for a second. I really am amazed that that's just skated there forever.
Yeah.
And it's never changing.
And it's in Augusta, Georgia.
Come on, man. Just skated forever. And that's just what it is.
But it's tradition, Kenny. Damn right it is. We know it is. Believe that. We know that it is. Yeah, I think it's probably because I don't golf.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I don't I feel like people will go, like, they want to play Augusta. They want to play there. I can't golf for it. Like, it's the most beautiful course. All right, cool. Like, I go play the US.
Compton looked nice to me.
Ooh, like it all. Yeah, like it all.
The 9-hole I played in Compton looked nice.
All the freshly cut grass looks nice. Like, as long as the grass is cut, I'm gonna be like, hey, this is really nice. I ain't gonna know the difference.
This one down the street from my house is nice too.
Unless we're out at like St. Andrews or something like that. That's the only place
where I'm
gonna know. I got dirty here.
What's the one? Is it Half Moon Bay or something like that? It's off the cliff or something like that.
Yeah,
very nice, picturesque.
Yeah. Oh, Tiger dropping numbers here now. Looks like back to even. Come on, Tiger. This is going to be the whole show. I'm going to be doing play-by-play on what Tiger's doing. This is the whole show. This is what we're doing today.
I about that, like, I just, and once again, maybe it's because I don't play, but watching somebody golf and walking around with them, it's not appealing. But it's not for me. That's not my bag. I'm not downing anybody. It's just,
as you say that, they just showed a shot of the crowd watching. I'm not even going to try to pronounce his name.
Deuce Mo?
There. Looks like it looks like he's at 18, and you're just sitting out there. The sun beaming down on you. You're just sitting out there in your little folded chair. There's no way you're getting up from that chair without having like a serious back problem. Like, I'm with you. I don't know how appealing this is.
Yeah,
I don't know how appealing that is.
Obviously, tons of people love it.
Of course, I say that from Sacramento, California. Like, if we were in Georgia for whatever reason, and y'all want to go to the Masters.
What'd you say to me? What'd you say?
Go back to Rick Ross' house. Y'all want to go to the Masters? Sorry. All right.
Excuse me.
I mean, if you want to go, we'll go. That's the only reason I can make it be.
Y'all want to go to the Masters?
Huh? Yeah. Outside of that, I can't imagine. Like, I'm going to book like James's Final Four trip. I can't imagine a trip to Augusta or any other golf tour.
Although that looks more fun than NASCAR F1.
everything is more fun than NASCAR.
I agree.
Everything.
Sorry, Bubba.
Yeah.
Keep doing your thing, big dog. I'm Team Jordan, just like in soccer. I'm PSG because it's Jordan.
Yeah, well,
I'm
yeah,
on that
because
Team
Michael Jordan,
Motorsports or whatever. Yeah.
you used to work for Michael Jordan, so that's
Wait.
Michael Jordan was your boss. You got a check that was signed by Michael Jeffrey Jordan. That's a big deal.
It was
It's placed right
beneficial
next
both
to your
ways. You know what I mean? We
championship
got love.
ring from the Golden State Warriors. It's good stuff.
Shout out to Joe Lacob.
We'll step out. We'll come back. Speaking of the Warriors, our friends over at 95.7 The Game were all over sports media yesterday. We'll have that sound for you. Plus, we were talking about something yesterday. The great what if with the Los Angeles Lakers and the Sacramento Kings and Kyle Kuzma and Buddy Hield. I want to bring that back. Kind of a different spin to it. You'll know what I mean.
Okay.
When we return here on Sacramento's #1 sports station. We're just getting started here. It's D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. Can you get that out of our ear now? There we go. Thank you.
There we go.
Yeah, that's all right. That's all right.
That's all right. That's all right.
Yeah, and that's a good call on Tiger here is approaching the 18 here. You got to whisper everything and Tiger with the birdie.
What makes them exempt from having noise? Would you think it's not hard to shoot a free throw? Think it's not hard to throw a strike at 98 miles per hour?
I don't know. I do not have an answer to this.
It's tradition. There's a lot of things that tradition that need to be broken, that were broken. Okay. Tradition's not good enough sometimes.
Boy, Tiger's gone to hell since the show started.
Oh no.
Tiger just hit a shot. It rolled deep into I don't think it's that bad, but it rolled into the gallery.
Where what hole was he on?
Was that it looked like 15, but I'll have to double check. Double check. Tiger. Ooh, oh, he's even now, so he's not going to be there anymore. Where is he? Tiger. I guess.
Damn, he's good.
Where's Tiger? There he is. 14. He's at 14. Oh, he's through 4. No, I was right. He's on 15. He's through 14. Sorry. Tiger. Ooh. Yo, that's wild. That is wild.
Be honest with you, Dr. Gonzo. That's probably even more nerve-wracking.
Mm-hmm.
When it's complete silence. It's like, I feel like that's a little unnerving. But one time, I think Dirk Nowitzki said it, and he's completely right. Everybody in certain spots gets nervous at the free throw line. Everybody. The great ones or the really good ones can overcome that and stay focused on what they're supposed to do and knock down a shot. It's not so like I don't get nervous. Well, that's not really true. It's not really true. You're just very good at being able to overcome whatever nerves you have and stay focused on the task at hand, which is great. But
yeah, I get nervous about everything. Am I looking at yesterday's rundown? Goodness gracious, man. Do you know what you're doing? The baby daddy. Frisbee golf is where it's at. All right. All right. You think Tiger has used performance-enhancing drugs?
My first thought was yes. You mean now or ever?
No, I meant ever.
Yeah. Did he know it was? I don't know, but yeah, I think he did.
I mean, that's always. Hey, give me what you think will work. Don't tell me what it is.
That's it.
Plausible deniability. You told me to take this to get healthy. Okay, cool.
You told me this would help with recovery.
You said this help recover. Got it.
Bad.
That's my favorite. I only took it to recover. Yeah, no shit. That's what we all take it for. So you can work out again the next day. Dummy. People think you take steroids and like your muscle just pops up like Popeye.
We back?
I think we might be back. Yeah. I think we might be back. Hey, it's that kind of day, folks. No worries. We're just here doing play-by-play on golf. Don't worry about it. We appreciate you for being with us. 916-349-1320 if you want to get in on the phone lines. New Sac State coach David Patrick going to join us coming up just past the top of the 1 o'clock hour.
We were having a discussion off air about performance enhancing drugs. I just wanted to just touch on that for a second.
Mm-hmm.
They're illegal. They're not. So I'm not saying go take them and it's all good, but it's important what you said, that there's still work that has to be put in. When you don't pop them like a vitamin and now you're great.
Yeah.
Like all from my understanding. Now there's certain things where it's like, yeah, it helps your eyesight and all this other stuff. I've heard that for certain things. I'm not disputing it.
Yeah, so does LASIK. Like what are we talking about here?
So
like,
goggles.
What's the difference? Like if I put on glasses or I take a steroid, I can see better. Like, is that cheating?
From what I can tell, it helps if you're working out. It helps with recovery, so you can work out again more than a normal human.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't sit like I think people have this. Some people have this perception that the example I used is you take a shot or cream or clear or a pill or a powder or whatever, and then your arms pop out like Popeye. Like that's not what drugs are. I don't know about steroids, but like HGH under a doctor's care. Shoot, if I could afford it, hell yeah, I'd do it. No. Absolutely. I don't know. Again, steroids I feel like are a little more. I feel like that's like a homemade concoction in someone's bathtub. Like I'll take a pass on that. But HGH, you have a doctor tell me how to use that to where I can work out at 41 and not feel like I'm working out at 41. Oh yeah, I'm all about that action, boss. But that's.
Do you think they should be in sports?
No.
Why not?
Because similar to what I just said, $10 million a year player would have best, access to the best pharmaceuticals available, while $500,000 a year player wouldn't. You know what I mean? Like, so it's a competitive imbalance.
Gotcha. That makes sense.
Like, not everyone would have access to the same stuff. Now, if HGH was just available on the local GNC, okay, you choose. Not everybody chooses to invest $1 million into their body or $1.5 million into their body. Like some people choose to get by on, French fries and hamburgers, pizza or whatever. They don't think about stuff like that. They don't think about having a home gym or Pilates. Like they work with the strength coach on their team. They eat the food that is available at the facility or whatever they want to grab on their way home, and they go from there. Like people approach everything differently, but HGH or performance enhancing drugs is definitely it's definitely a competitive advantage for someone who can afford.
What if you drink 10 cups of coffee like Daryl Armstrong used to?
Who used to do that?
Daryl Armstrong. You remember him? Magic Great. Daryl Armstrong.
Oh Lord.
Little
Yeah,
guy.
I mean,
Some people said when I was playing, I looked like Daryl Armstrong.
all right, this is going to require a refresher.
I didn't. They were wrong.
It
It was just that we were both dark skinned and small and skinny.
When people said you look like Joe, they
Well,
weren't.
I can't front on that one.
They
I can't
weren't
front on that one.
wrong.
Shout out to my man Joe.
Oh no! Oh no!
Yeah.
No! Absolutely not.
Yeah.
I call. Well, wait a minute.
Oh, call the cab.
Wait a minute.
Call the cab. Go
Hold on,
with the call.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Give me a minute. I don't know. I'm gonna call. I'm gonna put these two. Okay, I'm gonna call foul. I'm gonna call Cap.
I'll even say this. I can understand where just if you see me playing basketball and you see him playing basketball, look at Daryl Armstrong. Like I could get that, but a little
it's not the way you play basketball. It's the shape of the head. I think that's what it is. I think it's the shape.
The actual resemblance I don't see. I could see the likeness. I can see the likeness. I get it. I'm not above that.
It's yeah, like the
likeness. Yeah.
It's like me and Ricky Starks. Like
that is dead on.
Okay.
No, Ricky Starkey, baby. That's dead on. Damian Barlow. And I love my boy Ricky Starks too. I'm glad I found him or somebody brought him to me because of you.
Chris introduced me to the world. Shout out, Chris. Thank you for that.
Starkey, Baby, and Jade. Those are my two favorites.
Oh, they definitely are. I think Jade is your number one right now.
Love me some
I don't know where Kyle Kuzma ranks on your favorites right now, but I want to throw back to a conversation that we were having yesterday. We talked about Anthony Slater's Back from the Dead article when covering the Kings. Like he emerged like the Undertaker's hand at the end of Buried Alive. Like, what is that? Oh, that's Anthony Slater.
That's Slater's music. That's Anthony Slater. Damn
That's gotta be Slater. That's gotta be Slater. He wrote. It was a really in-depth column too. It was a really great piece on. It had a lot to do with Fox and Sabonis, the Kings, where to go from here, and some different things. But he mentioned at the end, he threw a line in at the end, and it kind of ties to something we were talking about yesterday with the Los Angeles Lakers. You know, missing the playoffs, their season being over. It looks like Russell Westbrook, Anthony Davis, and LeBron James are all out tonight. There have been rumblings. LeBron James isn't going to play the rest of the year, which would eliminate him from the ability to win the scoring title, which maybe he recognizes is a bad luck to come back at this point, or maybe he doesn't care at this point. But we were talking about how different things may have been if that deal with the Lakers and the Kings had gone through. How different would it have been for the Lakers? How different would it have been for the Kings? You would have had Kyle Kuzma here. You would have had Montrezl Harrell here. That would have changed free agency a little bit. You would have had a kind of a need taken care of with Kyle Kuzma. And, you know, we kind of just wrote it off like, all right, it didn't happen. The deal with Washington got done. Those three Lakers went over to Washington. The Wizards got off rolling. And then they didn't. And then they hit a hard stop, and they're gonna wind up missing the playoffs as well. And I was thinking, and I said to you yesterday or this week sometime, I don't think we needed the move, right? We talked about that going into the trade deadline. There are moves to make, and there's the move to make. Well, Domantas Sabonis is the move. I don't know that there's another one of those out there. I don't know how realistic John Collins is. I don't know how realistic Julius Randle is. I don't know what Monty McNair's thoughts on either one of those guys may wind up being. But I did start thinking about Kyle Kuzma. And I thought, like, okay, if he was attractive, if he was an attractive asset before, if he was a fit before, I know a big part of that was getting Buddy Hield out the door before the season started, but still, I have to believe it was a deal that Monty was willing to accept. Is it outrageous to think, why don't the Kings call Washington again? Like, if Kuzma really was an attractive asset for Monty McNair, an attractive piece to the Sacramento Kings, why not call Washington and poke around? Like, there's nothing outrageous. Kyle Kuzma's like $13 million for the next year he's got a player option the year after that.
Mhm.
It wouldn't take a ton to get him. Washington doesn't know what they're doing right now. Why not?
I'm all for Kyle Kuzma coming here to Sacramento and making a deal. And it feels like the deal could be made because of where Washington is, what they may be trying to do. Feels like that could be made without giving up much.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like he's like you mentioned, he's not like this super game changer. He's not Donovan Mitchell or anything. Not saying that, but he could help.
Yeah,
he could absolutely help.
Mm-hmm.
And look at what I said yesterday. What we agreed on yesterday. The trade goes down in the offseason. We think this team is better. Well, part of that and the major reason of that is getting Kyle Kuzma. So if you could still get that guy, plus add him to the team that is already improved in a lot of people's eyes by getting Sabonis and moving on from a couple of those guys, absolutely. That is something Monty should be fishing around about right now. If he's listening to D-Lo and KC and hadn't thought about it before, need to be thinking about it now. And if he's not listening, somebody send him this clip.
Yeah, tag him in it.
That needs to happen. Like that's something that's a rock that you turn over. See what you can get.
I don't know if he sees anybody's tweets outside of people from the King's Herald. So maybe if Greg, if G Wiz or the baby giraffe, if they want to just cut this clip and tag him in it, he'll see it.
They still you talk about tanking.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
See, we only got 2 games left. Why are we talking about tanking?
Spoiler alert, the Kings are bad. They're probably going to lose the next 2 games. And bigger spoiler alert, even if they didn't, it's not going to matter. Like, it doesn't matter. They're going to finish with the 7th spot. They're going to have the pre-lottery slot at 7. Yeah, I was just like, I was like, wait a minute, is Kyle Kuzma untouchable? Like, it couldn't be that difficult to go get him. And all of this, I have no idea what Washington's thought is. They had 2 very, very, very different seasons.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they had a great start to the season, and then what we're seeing now. Mm-hmm. And he walks in the door, 3rd guy, 4th guy. Like he's not. I think if he had been a Sacramento King at the start of last season, the need for Kyle Kuzma to be a little bit different, the need for Kyle Kuzma to be better than he actually is might have been prevalent.
Mm-hmm.
Because we were looking for the next thing to add to this. Well, I'm just looking for another like quality piece that you could add to Sabonis and Fox and anybody else that might be here. And it feels like, Kyle Kuzma probably still fits that.
I feel that way as well, especially when you talk about that power forward position. We're not talking about the point guard position or even the shooting guard position. The power forward position is something that is looked at as a major hole and a major weakness with this team. And Kyle Kuzma isn't an all-star, but he's an upgrade on what you have right now.
Yeah, and I don't know that you're getting an all-star. You got one already. I don't know that you're getting another one. I mean, sure. Yeah.
John Collins, I think John Collins is absolutely available. Whether people think that he'd be a good fit or they would want him here in Sacramento, I mean, Atlanta's got a lot going on. They've made a run without John Collins now. He makes a lot of money. They've got guys ready to take his spot. I think they're absolutely looking to make a deal for that. So I don't even think he's technically an all-star, but has he made an all-star team? I don't think so.
John Collins?
Yeah.
Or no, I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think he has.
I mean, of course, I'm going to confirm because we're diligent with this type stuff. But no, he did make all rookie 2nd team, and he did make 1st team all ACC in 2017.
Oh, nice.
But I think your point is he's a good ball player.
Yeah.
Do you think John Collins? So is John in your mind? Is John Collins available no matter what? Okay.
I think so. I think, like I said, they got a lot of people on that roster, a lot of young guys, and John Collins makes a lot of money, and they've been
winning games without him.
Yeah. So not to say that he isn't a good ball player. In certain situations, they wouldn't want him around. I'm sure they would, but they look around and we've been balling without you. and you make the second most money on our team. And I feel like Trey's extension is coming up, and it's going to be a major one.
Kicks in, I think. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it kicks in. But what do you send there though? That's. I mean, obviously, yeah. Okay.
Expires, and maybe I don't know if they would want Rashawn Holmes, but maybe Rashawn, maybe some type of pick like you mentioned, but it would not the first one, not the. I don't think you would. You might have to. They might push for it, but I would work against.
About when you say the first one, you mean this year's?
I don't.
Okay. I mean, I'm for it.
Would you not do that for John Collins? Would you reject the notion of giving up your first round pick this year for John Collins?
If it's hypothetically 7, probably not. Probably not. Yeah, I'd take a good long look at his medicals.
Yeah.
We don't need to go through that again. But he's missed some time. He's missed some stretches throughout this season. But he's on the season, he's a 16-7 guy. On his career, he's a 16-8 guy. It feels like there's baggage with him. There's stuff, and I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's the Atlanta organization.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's the way they paint him. I don't know if it's just contract posturing. I don't know what it is.
Yeah. Well, I don't know either, but they've been hesitant to commit to him. And I feel like they signed him to that deal just to be like, well, we'll sign you to the deal, and we'll figure out what we'll do with you later. Mm-hmm. Like it wasn't for him the entire time.
There are a lot of players that do that too.
Yeah.
I'll sign this deal because it's the biggest deal I can get.
Yeah.
Second I can get myself out of here, I'm going to do it.
Isn't that what
Carmelo did it?
Carmelo, isn't that what Paul George did? OKC or Russ, one of them. They like signed the deal, and everybody thought, "Oh, this is forever."
Yeah, it was Paul George.
And they were Paul George. and that's
they had the big party. Russell Westbrook threw Paul George the party.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
And it was, I think, a year later.
Yeah, he's moved on. And that to me, to be honest with you, I mean, that is that works out for both teams, right? Or both parties. Because if he's a free agent and he decides to leave, he's leaving what, $20-something million, sometimes $30 million on the table. And the team he's walking away from doesn't get anything for him. If they can come together and be like, look, you get this extra $20-30 million, you sign, maybe you stay for a year or so, maybe a year or two. If you want to leave after that, we can work something out and we'll get something in return. It's a great situation. Maybe Sabonis will let us do that.
Sabonis ain't going anywhere because the Kings are going to make the playoffs next year.
Yes.
They have to.
Be motivated to stay.
They have to. We have no choice. They have to. Clip this and send it to Monty McNair too. As if Monty McNair doesn't know he's not going to be fired at the end of next year if they don't make the playoffs. Monty knows. We all know, and the vicious cycle of bad basketball will continue for the Sacramento Kings.
James said something yesterday like that should not be the case. Like we can talk to him tomorrow and ask him to clarify, but I took it as he felt like Monty should not feel like if he doesn't get it done, he'd be fired. He needs to have full autonomy to feel like he can build something. Mm-hmm. I disagree. Sacramento, this is not the offseason to build something. You want to build something after it turns into 17.
For those who missed yesterday's show, here he goes.
Yeah, this is not the season. This ain't the offseason to build nothing. The only thing that you build this offseason is a playoff team next season. That's what you're building.
Yeah, I mean, Monty's probably, and truthfully, those are probably, the devil on one shoulder, the angel on the other of Monty McNair. There's like the little angel Kenny Caraway and the little devil Kenny Caraway telling him the different things that he's got to do this offseason. Or perhaps it's the little angel Vivek Ranadive and the little devil Vivek Ranadive telling him, hey, we got to build a model that will show sustainable success for the next 3, 4, 5 years. Whereas the other one is saying, no. in this drought now. I don't give a damn what happens in year 18.
Yeah.
All I know is we're ending the drought in year 17.
Yeah, let's go.
So it's 7 of
Is that
8.
the angel or the devil? I don't know. I think it's the angel.
That's the devil.
That's
the devil. The devil talking to you. That's the Daryl Armstrong on your shoulder. Joe's telling you, build a sustainable model. Daryl Armstrong's on your other shoulder saying, no, man, go for it right now. You know, they both could be true, by the way.
Yeah.
Going for it could lead to long-term success because at least I think we believe if the Sacramento Kings build something and they're able to re-sign Domantas Sabonis, you already got De'Aaron Fox. You obviously have a team that made the playoffs.
Mm-hmm. You get whoever you added.
You build from there, yeah.
Over that hump.
Yeah.
Yeah. I agree. And I think that's where, not to pick on anybody, but that's where the people who feel like going all in or, trying to get it win now, that's where they don't look at the possible very positive outcome of that. They think literally when you do that, you're only trying to win that next year. And that's the only possible outcome. No, you can win that next year. That could spark something moving forward. You know what I'm saying? That could start the run of 5-6 straight years in the postseason, appealing to free agents, appealing to coaches, scouts, all these other front office people. It could spark that. Or it could just be 1 year and you're out. I'm not saying that can't happen, but see both sides.
I don't know if this is a good example or a bad example, but a team that people were like, oh, they're going to tank, they're going to be this, they're going to be that, was the post Kevin Durant Oklahoma City Thunder.
Yeah.
And obviously they didn't. Russ had the season that he did. Then they made the ballsy move to go get Paul George with the idea of, we're going to get Paul George, we're going to win him over, we're going to get him to sign that contract extension. They didn't get to the mode where they are until Paul George decided he wanted to leave. And Russell Westbrook, they went to Russell Westbrook and said, Paul's leaving, we'll do whatever you want. And Russ was like, all right, let's do something that works for everybody. And he's out. Then you get that big haul of picks and you're able to reset everything that way. But their intention, I don't think Oklahoma City's intention was to ever be here. They were going to make moves until Russ was done. They were going to make moves along the lines of the Paul George move as best as they could. And they were going to get that's a tough move to get a dude on an expiring contract and give up what you gave up and get him in the building and try to win him over. And that was huge for them.
Right.
And maybe, maybe Paul George is exactly what we were talking about. Is it's like, oh, I'll sign the deal because it's the most money I can get. I'll play another year here with Russ. But after that, I'm out.
That I feel like I don't disagree with anybody trying to work through the draft or anything like that. I get it. I get the whole ideal of it. But there's other ways. Like, it's not the only way. Like, you can find other ways to be successful. And I like a team. I like Monty McNair going for it. I like him going for it. I like the trade at the deadline because he went for it. He saw a guy there that he felt could improve this team immediately, and he went for it. Was it the most popular pick? I don't know. Was it the right pick? I think so, but he didn't. He wasn't sitting around waiting to find out what if and wishing upon a star. He said, oh, I'm gonna go get this star, and I'm gonna make this happen. I love that.
So I'm looking at some of the top teams. Did Memphis built through the draft?
Memphis built through the draft. They had a great mix though. And them building through the draft, I mean, they did a great job, obviously, with Ja and Jaren Jackson, but finding Desmond Bane, is an absolute game changer. D'Anthony Melton is a guy, like all jokes aside, I like him. I think he's a really good guard.
People really like him.
Yeah, some people smoking out the window.
Dallas.
Dallas.
I feel like there's
Brunson,
actually
Finney Smith. They acquired Tim Hardaway Jr., who's not even playing. They acquired Dinwiddie. I think Powell. I don't know if they drafted Powell or not, but they had Kleber.
Luka.
They've gone through the draft, but they've gone through the draft in a different way, though. Like when people say just go through the draft, like that, you look at Dallas. That's a great example. They didn't go through the draft with top picks.
Yeah,
they didn't tank. They got Luka and Brunson. I think was the second round guy. Finney Smith was a G League guy.
I wonder, because we always talk about, that draft. Obviously, I wonder who Dallas thought they were drafting. Like when the lottery happens and they realize where they're slotted, I wonder who they had their eyes set on. Because there's no way it was Luka Doncic.
I feel like it might have been Trey. But they had Dennis Smith Jr. there too. Could have been Marvin.
We'll step out. We'll come back. We'll talk more about this. Stat Muse trying to make nice with Sacramento Kings fans. And Alvin Gentry talked about De'Aaron Fox and Davion Mitchell playing together. We've got all that coming up here as D'Lo and KC continue. Plus, new head coach for Sac State men's basketball, David Patrick. He joins us when we return here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
There you go.
Charlie back in his game day flow.
Take a while. Oh, that's a throwback right there.
Yeah,
that's a throwback. That's a good question you brought up, though, because going through the draft isn't just – it's probably actually rarely like you get 7 or you get 3 straight top 5 picks, and that's how you're great. Like a lot of this stuff is being fortuitous and being good at scouting later in the draft, finding the diamonds in the rough. Poor guy never made the playoffs. Kiana Martin, no longer with the Niners, now with MLB Network. Good for her.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Good for her. Good for her. Oh, I just realized I didn't make a graphic for David, man. My bad. Excuse me a second.
Not to kill our own content, but we're going to do it anyway, so it don't matter. But it's a good point, Steve. Where'd it go? That's a good point.
Well,
that's a good point.
Well,
I ain't going to say you're wrong. We're going to talk about it, but I ain't going to say you're wrong.
We can eat. No problem, man. No problem.
Yeah, burnt pizza boy. I agree, man. This is part of my rant and my epiphany yesterday. 17 got to be it. The UFC, can't believe it. Sacktown Tony, I think it was, who asked, are we going to talk about Debo scrubbing his Instagram of the 49ers? It's kind of like in situations like that, like you don't like to see it, but he's trying to get paid. He's trying to do the Kyler Murray thing, although Kyler Murray was already paid when he did that. It's so passive aggressive. I hate when people do that. Like the athletes, just what are you doing?
Wait till Kenny scrub all mentions of me off social media.
All Drake bars come down.
All Drake. Almost got it. The amount of times I sit around and think, hey, don't forget to do this, and forget to do it is maddening. And this David Patrick graphic was absolutely one of them.
Aldrin, no, it was a good show. It was a really good show. I didn't think it was going to be trash, but I didn't expect it to be as good as it was.
What's that?
He said he's still buzzing from WrestleMania 38.
Okay.
That boy Charlie pushing P. I see you.
Yeah.
That boy DJ Charlie pushing P.
Charlie playing the music that Jesse left behind for him. I just have a feeling. Shout out to our man Charlie in here, working with us for the first time in a long time. Jesse actually taking his, I think, his first days off.
That's what it feels like.
I think Jesse's.
Wow, it's well deserved. It's about time.
Jesse was like, "Oh, pay raise? Oh yeah, I'm out. I'll holla at y'all." Yeah, he's off. He's off to Mexico, man. He's enjoying some time away. He'll be back with us next week. In the meantime, man, excited to have Charlie here with us. Really excited.
This is like 49ers game day all over again.
Man, this is how we started. We started with a rotation of guys out there. It was Jesse for a couple of days, Charlie for a couple of days. Whoever drew the short straw had to get up early and do those 8 a.m. Game days with us. And then I quit game day, scrubbed Kenny off of social media, and then he did them on his own. And yeah, man, the evolution of D'Lo and KC here on ESPN 1320 has been fun. Can't wait to see what's next. Not necessarily for us, but for the rest of the station, man. So lots of good things ahead for sure. And as I mentioned, new head coach for the Sac State Hornets men's basketball team, David Patrick. This dude knows everybody.
Bro.
Man,
It's crazy, bro.
Twitter was
like I ain't never seen nothing like this before. I ain't even lie to you.
Man, y'all hired Michael Jackson. Like everybody is hyped over this,
bro.
That's good.
I'll tell you this, and you know my guys, Coach Cass. Love Coach Cass. I thought he did a great job with Sac State. Sac State ain't never hired nobody like this. we got everybody just tapping in. And shout out to the Sac State social media department who took advantage of all those quotes out there. They're like, "Oh, you talking about our coach? Okay, we're gonna push those out all over social media. Yeah,
we're gonna make sure you know about our guy David Patrick. Yeah.
We retweeting all day.
Indeed, he'll be back. He'll be back with us. He'll join us coming up in about 15 minutes here.
First of many times, though. You can say, well, he'll be back because first of many
Absolutely.
times. Our guy.
Absolutely.
Our guy.
Indeed. Absolutely. Kenny continued, by the way, that we're absolutely 17. Just be as irresponsible as you need to be to make sure that the Sacramento Kings make the playoffs. So there was a funny moment here during the commercial break where I had mentioned Alvin Gentry talked about De'Aaron Fox and Davion Mitchell playing together.
Yeah.
And someone, won't say who, but it was definitely Stephen Brown, hit us on youtube.com/ESPN 1320. Was like, I don't care what Alvin says. He ain't going to be here. Well, that's not fair to Alvin Gentry. We love Alvin Gentry. We have a tremendous amount of respect for Alvin Gentry. Love Stephen Brown too. Not saying Stephen's wrong. I'm just saying this has been a discussion past what Alvin Gentry said a couple of nights ago. And the line was.
And Alvin Gentry, regardless of whether he's here or not, has seen a lot of basketball.
Indeed.
Seen a lot of basketball, and he is qualified to comment on whether or not he thinks not just his players, anybody in the league, anybody that he sees will play basketball. He can say, I think Davion and Kenny can play together. And we'd have to listen because Alvin Gentry has seen that much basketball in his life.
He'd be crazy, though, because like Kobe and Shaq. Like, come on, man.
Well, you know what I'm saying? The highlight package would be crazy.
Be wild.
Just pass me the ball.
What is the? That's what I do. That's what I do. I throw the lobs, man. I'm just here to set you up, baby. I'm here to set you up, let you get those points. I'm the assist man. I'm Tyrese Halliburton here.
Tyrese,
I'm racking up the assists.
No, I'm gonna need you to shoot every now and then.
Nah, I'm just throwing the passes. I'll let the air go dead before I take my shot. That was kind of low key. But we all know what it was. It was low key. It was a shot, though. Alvin Gentry talked about Davion Mitchell and De'Aaron Fox playing together, and of course, that was something we all hoped we were going to be able to see this year. We weren't, at least not in the capacity of in the starting lineup. What's the biggest disadvantage to Davion and De'Aaron potentially starting together?
My first one that comes to my mind is shooting. Shooting out of the backcourt on the perimeter could be an issue. And yeah, that's the first thing that comes to my mind. Second thing is defensively, you could have some tough matchups, although I think they'd be a little better than people give them credit for, because what you could do in certain occasions is if you want Davion to be locked in on the other team's point guard, Fox can guard other shooting guards. So it's just off the top of my head, like when they played the Pelicans, Fox is fine being on whoever the point guard is, Devontae Graham or something like that. And Davion can match up with CJ McCollum. That's no issue. Mm-hmm. So I think that could work a little bit more than maybe people give it credit for, but the shooting will be the first thing that concerns the thing that concerns me the most, I should say.
I think there should be a concern too about the second unit.
It's a good call.
I mean, this is particularly when we just saw Davion Mitchell set a franchise record with 17 assists in a game. I understand the game was meaningless. Like, I get that. Like, it was 17 assists. If we're counting Devin Booker's 71 points, we're counting Davion Mitchell's 17 assists.
Good point.
And he's a distributor. Like, there's a lot of things he could do well. And the flow of a game isn't just about that starting five. The flow of the game really runs into that first rotation off the bench before the starters come back in for the second time. You've got to, in some cases, you got to keep the flow. In some cases, you've got to establish the flow if the starters start out slow, which is something we're very familiar with here. And I think Davion is a better lock to do that in that role, which I like the idea of Dante in that position, assuming there are no, other acquisitions this offseason, at least at that position. Dante in that position, and then you have a spot where Davion and if De'Aaron is the first sub, you have a spot where Davion and Dante are playing together in the first quarter.
Yeah, I like that too. I think that fits a little bit better as well. The other thing that I'll say about Fox and Davion playing together, and I know a lot of people get worried about, how are they going to guard in the backcourt? Who's going to guard? They play Phoenix. Who's going to guard Devin Booker? Mm-hmm. They play Chicago. Who's going to guard Zach LaVine? Nobody's guarding these people anyway. Like they're getting buckets regardless. They're getting buckets on Bruce Bowen. It don't matter to a certain degree. What I like about them is you'd have one guy who is I don't want to say elite because I don't want to put him there yet, but he's top shelf in guarding on the perimeter and being a level of resistance, something that this team hasn't had in a few years. So if Davion Mitchell is guarding Devin Booker's going to have to shoot a perfect shot to get it off. He's not going to have a straight line drive to the basket. Now, because he's Devin Booker, like he did the game they played a couple of weeks ago, Yeah, he's gonna make some. Davion gonna be right there, and he's good enough where he's gonna be able to shoot over the top and splash. Right, that happens, but he's gonna do that on a number of different people. You want a guy that is gonna be cognizant and aware of not giving up straight line drives, and that's something that Davion does religiously. And I think that would be a plus if they both started.
Okay, and he's a solid. I go back to this. He's a solid facilitator. How his shot improves or doesn't, either way, will be a huge story next season. Like
that's the key to him being in this league, in my opinion.
Really,
not saying he's not not saying he'll be out of the league, but who he can be in this league,
a player, like a major player. I mean,
it's gonna be all predicated on that jump shot. He's either gonna be Kyle Lowry or Elfrid Payton.
Okay. Man, that feels extreme.
I think it's that serious for him.
Okay.
If he gets that jump shot going, I think it'll open up so much for him. If he doesn't, then he's going to be a career backup.
Yeah, that'll be as we watch De'Aaron Fox Conditioning Watch 2022. As we keep an eye on that.
As a matter of fact, I don't want to see nothing from De'Aaron Fox. Do it all in silence this summer.
I'm good.
I don't need no videos. I trust that you're getting the work in, and I just want to see the results when you step on the floor in October. That's it.
Come back skinny. Like let's just call it what it is. Like come back like your mama looks at you like, man, but boy, you need to eat. Like let's do that. Let's worry less about the muscle. I'm sorry. Let's worry less about the muscle. Let's not worry about that, man. Like your trait, your game changer is your quickness.
Yeah.
And to have him, Davion, I still, as garbage as this team has been this year, as frustratingly bad as this basketball team has been here, it has been this year, there are still actually players that I like. There's still actually combination of guys that I like. The fact that this team is finishing with, they might not finish with 30 wins, but I can still say, no, I like the pairing of Sabonis and Fox. I really like Dante DiVincenzo and Davion Mitchell. That's saying something.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? The fact that it's because it really should be, get everybody out of here.
Right.
It's just like Kenny said, be irresponsible, bring back contract, do whatever you got to do. Just get them all out of here. There's a couple of guys here that can go. There are a couple of guys here that I think can all really fit together too.
Mm-hmm.
I think you need the right coach. I think you need the right system. I also think you need the right pieces around all of those guys as well.
And that goes into what I talk about, Damien, when people look at me crazy when I say with this group, they're not that far away. They're a player or two away. I know a lot of people talking about, they need at least 2 to 3 more NBA starters. Well, they got 3 NBAs. To be honest with you, they got 4 NBA starters on the squad. Like, you got 4 in your starting lineup. You got Fox. You got Dante DiVincenzo, who was starting for a championship contending team. Now, whether you want to say he's starting because he had Giannis and Drew and Middleton around him, I mean, it's all semantics at this point. He was starting continuously until he got hurt.
Mm-hmm.
Sabonis is a starter. Harrison Barnes is a bona fide starter in this league. That's 4 of your 5 starters. You need to figure out what you're doing at the power forward spot. But if you get that taken care of, now you've got what everybody's looking for. You got 5 legit NBA starters in the league, and now you're moving guys like Davion to your bench. Now you're moving guys like Trey Lyles, who people seem to like, to your bench. Damian Jones, people like what he's had to do. Plus bringing in, a draft pick or something, or a free agent, something like that. So I still, as desperate as I am for this to finish, and there are question marks, there are things that need to be answered, I still stay with the fact that I don't think this team is as far as a lot of people think they are. I think it's got to be the right move in a the correct coaching move as well, but they're not that far away from turning this thing around, I believe.
You're listening to D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. The Kings, this version of the Kings, and perhaps Monty McNair really didn't have aspirations of the playoffs, and I don't think that he did when he acquired Domantas Sabonis. I think he knows the season was too far gone at that point. So it is difficult to evaluate some of these players, but it's like when you watch it's miscast. A lot of these guys, you mentioned Trey Lyles, you mentioned those guys who were in starting positions and there were injuries involved and all of that. And I get that, but evaluating them in a completely miscast role. It's like you look at a great actor who's just in the wrong role. They're in the wrong show. They're in the wrong sitcom. They're in the wrong movie. That's what Trey Lyles feels like. That's what in the role that he had. That's what some of these guys felt like this year.
Yeah, absolutely. Justin Holiday's another one.
Oh my gosh, Justin Holiday's the poster child for that.
Justin Holiday, I still think is a fine NBA ball player. I mean, he's been in the league long. He's been in the league like 8, 9, 10 years. It's no accident that he's been able to stick around that long. He's a good ball player, but he was miscast here in Sacramento. And I think that helped lead to his struggles and his poor play here in Sacramento. But like you mentioned, you put him back in the role that he's more comfortable with if he stays here in Sacramento. I could see him being a vital part to this roster and what they're trying to do.
You got to get the right starring actors in there.
Yes.
I missed this. Kenny pointed it out to me this morning. Apparently, StatMuse was trying to make nice with Kings fans again.
Oh yeah. Shout out StatMuse. You know, they're tired of getting jumped.
They're like, hey guys, we're on your side. Apparently, they tweeted something about the Sacramento Kings missing the playoffs for 16 straight years, and Kings fans deserve better than this. Oh, word. Oh, okay. You was careful about. Did you leave your replies on for this one? All right. You was careful about the way you threw this out there. I got you.
So look, because I do have a heart. Hey, Oos.
Oh,
back off him now.
Oh, okay.
Back off him now.
We can go back to retweeting StatMuse stats.
Yeah. Hey, Oos. Good. Tribal chief has spoken.
Okay.
Fall back,
everybody.
Fall back. They're all right. They're all right now.
Kind of a cheap attempt to get back in our good graces.
I still recognize it though.
Okay.
I see what they're trying to do. So we're gonna fall back for now. But make no bones about it. We're not taking any other nonsense. This comes up again. We're jumping you again, StatMuse. Yeah. Please believe that.
Tiger birdied again on 16.
Oh boy.
Unfortunately, he's just getting back the one he dropped earlier. But
it's the other problem with golf. He just now on 16. Starting at like 8 o'clock.
Yeah, Kenny, golf takes a while. It's not.
I'm saying that's the other problem with golf. They talk about baseball. Jesus.
I mean, when you think about it, they're sort of the same thing. Golf and baseball are stunningly similar.
They got similarities to them. At least you can make noise in baseball, though.
Yeah, you can't make any noise in golf. Can't do that. Tiger right now 1 under. Leader is 9 under. That's Cameron Smith right now. I'm sorry. Leader is 6 under. That's Cameron Smith. Tiger is at 9, or I should say tied for 9 with that 1 under right now. Not a lot of big scores right now.
Like you said, man, just get to the weekend.
Just be there.
Yeah.
Just be there. That's all we're hoping for, man.
Did you see our boy Quinn Rollins?
Oh my God, that was hilarious. Quinn Snyder. Quinn Snyder was dressed like a member of the Shield at the post-game press conference. Yo, that was crazy. I saw your tweet like, whoa. Quinn really been Quinn coming off WrestleMania weekend. Like, what it do? Quinn, I can't confirm this. Quinn started the press conference with "Acknowledge me." You talking about me being fired? Y'all better acknowledge me. Yo, that was crazy.
I ain't never seen an NBA coach come to the podium like that.
Yo, okay, all seriousness, what was my man wearing?
Somebody, I don't know if they were joking or not, but somebody said he rides a bike to the arena or to the practice facility. And that's what it was. That vest he had on was a little soft to be a bike, though, like a biking jacket. I don't know what he was doing.
Was he?
It looked like it was a bubble vest.
What is that? It looks like a bubble. Yeah, it looks like Quinn Snyder's rocking a bubble tank top, but he's got the T-shirt underneath it. And yo, he looks like a member of the Shield. It's just fantastic. I absolutely love it.
You combine that with the fact that he came into the press conference talking about,
if you think I'm here to put around with y'all,
yeah, he was not about it. He did not want to hear anything about Donovan, Rudy Gobert not passing the ball. He used numbers. I would like to point out it didn't go well. He was using numbers and it didn't go well. Let's see. I'm looking to see if anybody else made the Shield reference in the quote tweets. And we got Coach got the Jodeci vest on. Okay. Another quote tweet here. Looks like they found a new member for the Shield. So you got that. I'm just trying to see in the 450.
and see a lot of people. And look,
I can't look at quote tweets, man. They're all, why does Quinn Snyder look like Ray Liotta yelling, "Stir the sauce"?
Oh my God. Why did he come to the podium like that? That is bizarre.
Man, is he wearing a weighted vest to the press conference? Maybe my man was just working out.
That does look like a weighted vest. That's a good call.
Quinn Snyder definitely causing havoc in Gotham City one day.
Well, look, so that's a good point. You brought up people on here. I said the Shield. They were talking about Marvel's The Shield. I don't know nothing about that, bro. I
don't know.
I only know one.
Someone quote tweeted, "What in the Dean Ambrose hell is going on here?" Yo, I need Quinn Snyder as the Kings coach next year.
Oh, now I'd be hyped.
Dude is dressed like
basketball, but if he comes to the press conference like that, it is lit.
Dude, I'll have the music ready on my phone. Dude is dressed like an extra in the Expendables.
Quinn Snyder going to be introduced coming from the big opening
crowd.
That's how he's gonna come. That's how he's gonna come to the sidelines.
Oh, this is so good. Oh, the quote tweets were worth it. Oh, so what in the Dean Ambrose hell is going on here? Someone
that's a good one. What in the Dean Ambrose?
Gotta love a coach who shields his players from unfounded criticism. Oh, this Quinn Snyder clip is the best thing ever. I need my coach to dress like Quinn Snyder, and I will accept nothing else.
I wonder if Quinn Snyder knows, like, obviously he should be aware of like what the social media is saying, Twitter saying about his outfit. I wonder if he's like, is he a wrestling fan? Did somebody have to explain it to him? After they explained it, was he like, yeah, I do kind of look like somebody from the Shield. Like I need him. When do they play again? They play tonight. I need him to address this. I need him to.
Quinn Snyder dressed like he just yelled Black Power in downtown Salt Lake City.
Oh my God.
Oh man. Oh God, I love the internet. Oh, it's just the absolute best. As is this man who is about to join us. When I say this brother has been all over the world, I mean this brother has been all over the world. We welcome in the new head coach of Sac State men's basketball, David Patrick. David, first of all, congratulations on the job and welcome to Sacramento.
Hey guys, thanks for having me on the show. Awesome to be here.
Absolutely. Absolutely, man. Moses Moody, Ben Simmons, everybody was singing your praises yesterday. Some of the players that you've worked with in the past were singing your praises yesterday when the announcement was made. How can you draw on that experience with these NBA guys and transfer it here to Sac State in the Big Sky?
Look, I think the biggest thing is the relationship piece, right? And all these kids coming into college want to play in the NBA, and obviously I know that's not the case, but the fact that I've been able to coach and really touch and be a part of these NBA players' lives, I think it helps, especially in this recruiting world. And so to have the likes of Ben Simmons and Moses Moody and Desmond Bain really speak about how I touch their lives, not only as a coach but as a person, I think it just should help moving forward here at Sac State.
Yeah, Coach, I saw in one of your videos, you mentioned something that I thought was spot on, and you're familiar with Northern California, familiar with Sacramento, and you're familiar with how this – can you hear us, Coach? Can you hear us now? Well, might have
lost Coach.
Oh,
yeah, no, I'm here.
Oh, there we
okay.
go.
Okay. There we go. All right. It's that kind of day, Coach. I don't know.
I got it.
I apologize. Go ahead, Casey.
Hey, but they told me y'all were moving, so the station was messed up. Well, I said, I'm moving too, so I know how I feel.
Absolutely. But no, I was just going to speak to the fact that this region, this city, they love their basketball. And I always felt that Sac State.
I can't hear you guys.
Oh, he can't hear us again. He might be able to hear you only, Dame. Is that what it is?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what it is. But what Kenny was saying there, Coach, was that this region really loves basketball, and I think we've been trying to embrace Sac State for a long time, man. And you could be the guy who comes in and rallies the city to get behind them.
Look, my hope is to put a product on the floor that obviously represents the city of Sacramento and the state of California, in a winning way, both on the floor and off the court. And I think we're able to do that, man. When Mark called me about the job, my name was in the mix for some other jobs, and I've always thought, living up in the Bay Area, up at St. Mary's, that Sacramento's an untouched product that could be really special. And so with this transfer portal and the way college basketball is going now, I just think you can get good and get the city to rally around that basketball team.
Casey, go ahead, give it a try one more time.
Can you hear me now, Coach?
I can now.
There we go. All right. I was like, I got to talk to my man, Coach Patrick. We got to fix this. You mentioned Randy Bennett and St. Mary's, and I thought that was a perfect analogy for what I always believe Sac State could be. Do you envision that type of obviously success, but how that Moraga community, that Bay Area community has really embraced St. Mary's? Do you see that same thing being able to happen here with you at Sac State?
I definitely do. I was at St. Mary's with Randy when we had wooden bleachers and winning 15 games a year, and then able to turn that program to a top 25 program and always in the NCAA tournament. I've seen it done, and I think Moraga, as great a city as it is, it's not Sacramento. And, you have an athletic director that was there and part of that, and Mark Orr, and knew what it took to do that. And for myself to be a part of it as an assistant, I definitely see the potential here to do that in a league that's comparable to the WCC.
Coach, we have a friend close to the show here who took over a major university program recently, and man, we've learned firsthand college coaching is different. You're a coach, a teacher, a mentor, you're a boss, you're a CEO, man. You've got a whole line of responsibilities coming up here now that you're taking over Sac State. What's the very first order of business?
I think first and foremost is getting to know your student athletes. I think anytime you come into a program, it's the uncertainty. I think this group of guys haven't had a coach for a few weeks, and that uncertainty I took care of on day one. And then the next most important thing is getting your staff together, get your staff in place. We'll have some announcements coming up soon, but I was able to do that because you're only as good as the people around you, right? Mm-hmm. And I think I've been able to assemble a staff that's been to NCAA tournaments, been a part of winning, and been a part of developing players. And so just they're the two most important things for me. And then getting out in the community. Obviously, I got to put a team together, but getting out and getting people to know me and know what kind of person I am so they can come support us is what's important to me here as we get on the floor running here at Sac State. Yeah.
Coach, I want to know a little bit more about, the baller David Patrick. All right. I mean, the guy that could get buckets out here, Syracuse alum. And congratulations. I think didn't I see today is 19 years ago, Carmelo went on his run and won a championship. So shout out to the Orange men out there. But what kind of player was David Patrick? If you could compare yourself to anybody right now, what kind of ball player were you out there?
Coach Patrick was an undersized point guard that didn't pass. So opposite the way.
That's my kind of guy. That's my kind of guy.
Opposite the way that I'm trying to coach, But I played my senior year in Baton Rouge in Louisiana, and averaged 36 a game, and was fortunate to get recruited by the likes of Syracuse and so on. And I went there and I transferred to Louisiana Lafayette, and so I was in the transfer portal before it even started. So I've been a part of a winning program. We went to the national championship in 1996, so before Carmelo and lost to Kentucky. I've been a part of what it takes to win at the highest level. I was fortunate enough to play overseas in Australia and in Europe for 4 or 5 years actually 5 years before I tore my knee, and that's what got me into coaching. And so when you're young and you're playing, you never think you're gonna need your degree, you never think you're gonna coach, and lo and behold, as I had to step away from playing, I thought about who made the biggest influence in my life, and it was my coaches, and jumped into that role, and it's led me to be here at Sac St today.
At 90-16, that was a magical run. You, John Wallace, little KC. I remember that team vividly.
Yeah, man, we upset Kansas, who were undefeated, to go to the Elite Eight. We ended up beating Mississippi State, who made it to the Final Four with Eric Dampier and Dante Jones, and Kentucky ended up upsetting UMass. You remember with Marcus Camby and those guys. That's when Coach Cal was actually at UMass. So, man, that was a fun time, man. That's when people weren't going one and done. People were staying in college 3 and 4 years.
Yeah.
Hey, you better hope you don't have any kids digging around in that film. When practice start, you telling them to pass the ball, and they like, "Hey, coach, this you right here, the undersized point guard shooting too much? That's you." All right, coach.
Hey, the good thing is, man, they don't know what VHS tapes are anymore.
That's big facts. Coach, we appreciate you, man. Congratulations. We're looking forward to talking to you a lot more as your time at Sac State begins.
Man, thanks so much, guys, for having me on the show. Really appreciate it.
No
yeah,
problem.
absolutely. That's David Patrick, the new head coach.
Let's go. Stinger's up. I'm ready. I can't wait for the season to start. You talking about courtside Kenny? I'm gonna be courtside Kenny at the Sac State games. That's gonna be the place to be.
Yeah, but are you going to be center court, Kenny? You going to be out there with the big logo like you were at the arena? Kenny got to run of the whole arena now. Like courtside, Kenny don't even do it.
I just make sure I say hi to everybody I know over there at Golden One Center. Got a lot of good people working at Golden One Center. I got to talk to my people, say hello. That's all it is. That's all it is. Shout out to my man Lee. Everybody know Lee.
Everybody knows
Lee.
Everybody knows Lee. Yeah. Absolutely. Lee, I told Lee we was gonna get him to wear joggers next year. He was like, "Yo, I love those pants." Like, all right, we'll get you a pair, but you got to wear them just like this. They got to stop just above the ankle and below the calf. That's how it works.
He said he was down.
And Lee's down. Lee would rock it. Lee would absolutely rock it. Down. I got to get out to Sac State too, man. I gotta do more to support that program.
We got to be out there for sure. And we kind of joke about it, but like, I would not be surprised at all that there's a bunch of NBA players that I'm going to those games. Like, if the Warriors are in town and Sac State has a home game, Moses Moody gonna be there. Ben Simmons might be there if Brooklyn's in town.
Yeah.
Moses Moody.
He'll be there. He'll be there.
Big Boot gonna be there. I don't know if he got coached by
Big Moses is there. Vucevic.
We can run through all of them. You want to set me up? We'll just start pressing buttons on the soundboard, man. I'm always down. Deuce and Mo going to join us, by the way, at the top of the 2:00 hour. I'm guessing. I know exactly what they're doing right now. I'm a little bit jealous. There's a new burger patch opening, and they're doing a tasting. Lamb Park. See, I got to call. I just got to call Phil Horn.
Lamb Park.
Yeah. Okay, fine. Shut up. They got one in East Sac. They got one down. Like, look, Phil, if you're listening, which you're not because you're opening your new restaurant. Someone clip this and send it to Phil. I will flip burgers. I will serve milkshakes. I will fry fries. Open one in Roseville, for God's sakes. You have all of these burger patches clumped up in the like Sacramento. Like you got one in Davis.
Mm-hmm.
Come on out to Roseville. Come on out to Rockland. You can have my money. I already give you all my. I rationalized because I use my DMP 20 promo code, my Deuce and Mo podcast promo code. When I went, I was like, I'll get 4 milkshakes because they're 20% off.
4 milkshakes.
I did. Yeah, I didn't drink them all. You know what? That's actually a lie. That's a lie. It was 5. I ordered 4. The idea was 4, and then they have this like they pour like coffee over vanilla ice cream or chocolate ice cream. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna do that. It's coffee, even though it's 9:30 with ice cream. I was like, I'm here. I'm gonna do it. I drove 35 minutes for it. I'm gonna get it. It was legit. Their breakfast is just absurd. It's so good.
I'm gonna check it out.
I'll serve breakfast. Open one, Roseville, Rockland. I don't care if it's Granite Bay.
They're gonna be like Reggie Miller.
I'm gonna be like Reggie Miller in those stupid Final Four commercials. I got you, Phil. Let's go. Let's do this. Me and you.
Hey, man. I got to try me some burger patch.
Did you you'll love it, by the way. Like it's plant-based food, but you'll absolutely love it. Did you happen to catch Adam Silver talking yesterday? One, he said a lot. 2, he was talking about like he still has a concern about like star players aren't playing enough. And I was like, oh, that's still a thing. Okay. And then as I thought more about it, I was like, who the hell is he talking about? Like Chris Paul has been out with injuries. LeBron's been hurt. Kawhi's been out. Paul George has been out. I mean, Kyrie wasn't allowed to play. Kevin Durant was hurt. James Harden hasn't missed games. Outside of his injury. And the only one who's a little bit different, and I think he's got an injury now, is Ben Simmons.
Yeah.
I didn't think this was the year of
what that's coming from.
I didn't think this was the year of load management. I didn't feel like there were years where like you could feel it, you could see it, you could turn on a game and you could recognize it. I don't feel like this year it's been that. Shoot, Steph has been hurt. I
agree. I'm not sure where he was directing it. See, the big thing with me is I feel like Adam Silver, his one goal as commissioner in his whole tenure is to get these in-season tournaments going. And I just think he's just maybe talking and keeping that at the forefront, because I also read where he felt he said the stars aren't playing enough. You know, we gotta get back to that. Maybe an in-season tournament could help with that. What does that have to do with anything? So I think he's just coming up with anything to get this in-season tournament going, which I'm all for. Like, I like the idea of it. I'm with adding some intrigue to the season.
We need the in-season tournament in addition to the play-in. What do we need all these? No one. One, I don't think guys are resting. 2, if they were, no wonder.
But it's not to add games. Like, I'm not saying in season on top of 82 games.
Oh, okay.
I'm saying a way to incorporate that into, if you're going to keep 82 games, like they should go down smaller. It should be 72. But if you're going to keep 82 games, getting something in there like an in-season tournament to kind of spice things up and help with intrigue, I think would be a good thing. But no, I don't want that in addition to 82 games. I actually want them to go further backwards.
He didn't talk about, I think that's good for everybody. He didn't talk about, because this was the first, when you brought it up during the show, I immediately, when we wrapped up, read in depthly about the grievance with Ben Simmons and Philly and that whole deal. Man, it's like, oh wow. Welcome to the National Football League, Ben Simmons, because this is what you have to do in the NFL. You got to fight for every penny in your contract. But that's, guarantee. I guess guaranteed money isn't all guaranteed. That's that'll be a precedent, if you will, to follow.
I would think.
It is the kind of story you can only make sound effects for.
Because I feel like the NBA is like, no, we need to establish something here. Like, I don't even think it's just the Sixers. Feel like it's the NBA saying, no, we need to put some ground rules in here, some definitive ground rules, and they ready to ride with this one. And it's just amazing to me that the Nets are just not being Switzerland in this. They're like, yeah. Here's his money. Here's his money. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Go ahead.
Wow.
Y'all do what you got to do. Speaking of our friends over at 95.7 The Game yesterday, they had themselves a day. And they got a soundbite from Steph Curry that's making the rounds. I'm going to reserve comment. Penny's going to reserve comment. We'll play the clip from you from our friends over at 95.7 The Game. It involves LeBron James. It involves Steph Curry, and everybody's got an opinion on it. We got that coming up, plus Deuce and Mo on the way here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. So what we'll do here, Charlie, is we'll come back and we'll do a short segment here till 43. Hold on, I'm going to think this through. Hang on. 43:58. If they join us at 58:03, we could go all the way till 43. Damn it, don't want to do that. Okay, Charlie, what we're going to do here is we're going to come back and do a short segment. We'll get out at the 43, get us back on our normal clock, and go from there. Yeah, so I think what we're going to do, because they can't join us at the top of the 2 o'clock hour, and I'll fill it out. If I don't throw to the break at 2:13, that just means we're going to go to 2:28. But I'll kind of fill out the okay. That's like some old soul music though. That's
I did not know that.
I didn't know that either. Look at Charlie.
Knowledge.
Bringing the heat. There you go.
And Silk Sonic. I mean, that's just they did a perfect rendition of 70s soul music.
Mm-hmm. I meant to read this on the air because this got a pop out of me when we were talking about Adam Silver. He was talking about Buddy Hield standing in the corner. Bob, fries are fantastic. They season them with I think it's rosemary. It's really good. It's really good. They're a great restaurant. Great restaurant. Dr. David. Oh, that's funny.
What did Dr. David do?
He photoshopped Quinn Snyder with the shield. That's good work right there.
It's hilarious.
Okay. That's delayed
Wait
tonight,
a
right?
week. What did you say, Dan?
I think it's delayed tonight. The Red Sox Yankees, I think they're delayed today.
Yeah, they were supposed to be playing right now, but they got postponed yesterday. I said we ain't even gonna get this thing started. I'm weak. They even gave him legs. That's hilarious.
This new little Apple feature. Apple updated its TV last night. Perfect timing for you, boy.
They saw somewhere where they got Friday night baseball for Apple.
Oh yeah?
Plus, yeah.
Wow.
Starting off with a doubleheader on Friday. Peacock is getting Sunday morning games too.
Okay. ESPN 1320 Odyssey app, Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, whatever your preference is, man. We got you. We appreciate you for being with us. Deuce and Mo are going to join us at the very top of the hour, man. Shout out to our crew over at 95.7 The Game in San Francisco. Had themselves a day yesterday hanging out with the Golden State Warriors. Talked to Steph Curry, and that social media clip right now has gotten over 1 million views because, well, when you bring up LeBron James, gets views. Here's the conversation yesterday on 95.7.
I said,
Who?
uh-oh. You hear what your boy said?
Who, my boy?
Take a listen.
Who else you want to play with?
In today's game, Steph Curry.
Yeah.
Steph Curry's the one that I want to play with.
Come on.
Oh, shoot.
The chef. You know what? Hey, he might want to play with you next weekend now.
That is phenomenal. When did he say that? Was that on the shop?
Yeah.
I guess the latest one, yeah.
No. Well, he got it. We got his wish. So he's the captain. He's picked me the last two All-Star games. So I don't know if that suffices, but I'm good right now.
How's that make you feel, though?
I'm good right now. I mean, whenever you get the interest or curiosity of what it would be like to play with, arguably, MVP kind of caliber dude like he is, and one greatest of all time. Cool, like it's amazing.
Right.
We all can live in that fantasy world, though.
Steph Curry, go ahead. Trash LeBron. I know that's what you want to do. Go ahead.
Hey, man. LeBron got to stop this, man. That's embarrassing. That's embarrassing, man.
Okay.
It is, man. It's embarrassing.
So there's no context to that clip right there. The clip from the shop. He just says, because they could be talking about, we don't know the full context of the conversation, but I'm not taking that clip as, I'm gonna try to play with Steph Curry before my career's over.
I'm not taking it as that either.
So what's wrong with saying what's wrong with saying you want to play with Steph Curry?
No, I guess this is where the old man in me comes out, I guess. Because I ain't talking about nobody that I'm competing with right now. Talking about I love to play with them. And he does that. He been doing this thing with Steph Curry for a minute, though.
Oh, he really has.
He's been having this little dance with Steph for a minute. And Steph keeps rejecting his attempts.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just
LeBron's persistent. He's persistent.
LeBron James shouldn't be doing this.
Man, if you're really in love with the girl, you got to make your move.
You got to stop this, man. You got to stop this. I mean, LeBron James out here talking about he wants to play with Steph Curry and all this other stuff. I mean, come on, man.
You can't be serious, man.
You can't be serious.
You're doing too much. It's not that. I don't think it's that serious. He just said he'd want to play with Steph Curry. What's the big deal?
Now, Steph Curry, my type of guy. Steph Curry, he's like, nah, I'm good.
Well,
I'm trying to take you out every time we play each other. I was hoping you would have won that game the other day so I could knock you out of the playoffs tonight. Well, Steph ain't playing, but you get what I'm saying. That's the kind of guy I'm talking about right there. He ain't for all that fluffy stuff and super props. We'll do all that later.
Okay.
LeBron out here yelling at the Kings bench. Why don't he yell at Steph Curry like that? What happened
the
to that?
Lakers aren't good enough to beat the Warriors. That's why. They're good enough to beat the Kings on a last-second LeBron James dunk. That's why their records are damn near the same.
I'm disappointed in my man LeBron. I'm disappointed.
Oh, you love trashing LeBron. Stop it. You were salivating over the idea of putting this in the rundown and putting this on the show.
It's ridiculous. I'm trying to get through to him and say, like, you can't be doing this, man. Can't be doing this.
It's getting ridiculous. It's really ridiculous.
No, yeah. We're DeMarcus.
It's getting ridiculous. Yep. It's really ridiculous.
Come on, man. LeBron really is my guy, but he'd be doing little stuff like this. That's just like,
it's not that serious.
It makes you shake my head.
So they say, who in the league would you want to play with? LeBron's supposed to go, nobody.
Yeah.
Anthony Davis.
My teammates. Everybody else. Here's what he should say. Everybody else is in the league. I don't want to play with no. I'm trying to take all them out. I'm trying to take them out. There's nobody I want to play with outside of my teammates. There's nobody I want to play with. I'm a one-man wolf pack.
Indeed. I don't know if there's any truth to what Rory's saying here, but I'll put it up on the screen on youtube.com/ESPN1320. I believe it. Like I believe it. Sometimes you got to search for talent. Maybe that's all LeBron James is doing is searching for talent. He knows things are rough. I think we love to pick apart everything LeBron James says. I also sometimes I do think LeBron, what's the right term? Moves funny. Is that? Yeah. I think LeBron, I don't know what he's doing funny sometimes.
The other thing about this is, I've never. Maybe it's just a different level of playing. I don't know. I've never been like, yo, I want to play with that guy. I want to play with him. No, I don't. No. Like, if we end up playing together, cool. He's a great ball player. Outside of that, it's no shade on his ability or his talent. Like, he's great. I ain't never been like, I want to. And he was so definitive. He was just like, yeah, no. I want to play with Steph Curry. I want to play with Steph Curry. Like, it wasn't even like, oh man, that's a crazy question. I mean, I guess, like, I love Steph's game, so I guess you could say Steph. I'd love to play with Steph. That's cool. It wasn't even that. It was like, who would you want to play? I want to play with Steph Curry. I want to play with Steph Curry. Calm down. You know what it is with LeBron.
Y'all be weak in the knees. Stand up. Stand up.
Stand up, LeBron.
Would it have been worse if he said Dame Lillard? Because Steph ain't going nowhere. We know Steph ain't going nowhere. Dame, on the other hand.
To be honest with you, this is how I feel about those two. Steph and LeBron is Magic and Larry right now. Steph and LeBron.
Okay.
LeBron and KD. You know, that's Magic and Larry. Like, if he said Dame Lillard is like, I don't know, Dr. J. Sure, you can say you want to play with Dr. J, but your main rival in your era right now, Steph Curry. No. I'm not trying to play. I'm trying to one up him.
Okay, okay. He's like 10 up Steph Curry. I know Steph Curry is absolutely the greatest shooter of all time. No one has asked if Steph Curry is the greatest basketball player of all time. So let's not do that. 2, has LeBron entered that uncomfortable part of his career? And I know we don't like to acknowledge this, and Kobe Bean, but there was a belief at the end of Kobe's career that nobody wanted to play with him. Has LeBron entered that stage?
So that's a good point. I never thought about that. I don't feel like he has.
I mean, because Steph essentially was like, cool, bro. Cool, bro. Like, what?
Well, because look, and no disrespect to LeBron, that had more to do with Steph than it did LeBron, because Steph is a dog. Steph, like, no, I ain't trying to play with you. I'm not trying to team up with you. I'm trying to beat you. So that had a lot to do with it. It wasn't just LeBron. Like if KD would have said, maybe he would have said different KD because they played together. But anybody, they ought to. Nah, I'm not trying to team up with you. But that's a good question. I don't know. Maybe LeBron has gotten to that point.
Yeah. Steph can't drop that card, though. He played with Kevin Durant. Like
that's true, too.
As a free agent. Like, no. Steph's not immune to the criticism of a super team.
Yeah, you're right. That's a good point. I wouldn't, if I was him, I wasn't trying to add KD either. Like my team was a championship team. KD trying to come after me.
Then they won the super championship team.
Oh, I know people in the Bay Area having a field day with that. Everybody want to come play with Steph.
Okay, well, that's what. All right, let's drop
I heard a quote the other day that was the truest thing I ever heard.
What's it? Oh, yeah, facts. And that quote will stay at Morton's. But my God, it was the realest quote you'd ever hear. Holy crap. We'll step out. We'll come back. Deuce and Mo join us. It's opening day. Tigers on the golf course. We got Deuce and Mo, man. It's a good Thursday here. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil, here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Albert Pujols taking his first at bat back in St. Louis right now.
Good for him. I like that story.
Yeah.
Go back and finish it there. Tiger got to be done on the day, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's in the clubhouse.
Tiger
-1 on the day.
I think the Samuel L. Jackson version of Shaft deserves a rewatch. Wow, Smith dropped a couple. Really?
Yeah, I think that's like in its entirety.
Oh yeah, you got to watch that. That's where. That's the Tiger Woo. Tiger Woo. I like him. You're going to laugh now when you see it, knowing that that's what that line is from.
That's what happens a lot when I hear like references, but I don't get them until, I see the movie and it's like, that's hilarious. Like The Wire, I didn't remember the part where he's like dumbfounded.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't remember watching that, but I've seen the meme a trillion times. When I saw it, I was like, Leo. But to be #1, I'm going to beat my brother on that Diamonds remix.
Is that the new baseball team's name?
Yeah. I guess it has some type of significance to the city, though. Because I felt the same way, and there's like something going on. They had one of those before.
WNBA.
Yeah.
Jenny Busek played for that team.
Cleveland Rockers.
All right.
Like a minor league hockey team? Oh, really different. Wow.
Really thought that one through. Cleveland.
Swear I spaz.
This is for you.
My ass.
Oh, we'll get you one, Charlie.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we'll get you one. Text me your address when you get a second, and I'll make sure one gets out to you. Is the WNBA draft today? Can't be today.
It's either today.
Well,
or
I guess
Monday.
it would be. Yeah.
Stephen, nobody said that. We asked the question. Settle down.
You know, Stephen don't listen.
Oh, yeah, Brian.
Oh. Yeah. Man, it's a good day to be a sports fan. Tiger under par at the Masters. Got opening day for Major League Baseball. I mean, not all of Major League Baseball, because, you know, the Yankees Red Sox were canceled. I feel like the Yankees Red Sox, I mean, how many, let's see, Minnesota, Seattle postponed. I feel like this happens every year. Opening series postponed for one reason or another.
Yeah, weather. It's like, oh, opening day. Major League Baseball is back. And everybody at the Cubs game is dressed like they're at Soldier Field in December right
now. Did you see this? Is it, what is it called? I think it's called PitchCom. Did you see the device?
Yeah, it's going to take some getting used to.
So there's like it's like an old Nintendo Power Glove or something that you put on your wrist, which we didn't have enough money to afford.
That's a hell of a callback right there.
It's a dated reference, and I assure you, I never had one. We were way too broke for the glove.
Yeah.
But like, so I guess pitchers are now sending signals. Or excuse me, catchers are sending signals to pitchers, like with some sort of like device on their arm.
Yeah, they're sending signals through that. I heard somewhere where pitchers are going to have like an earbud where I guess somebody can talk to them.
Got
like
an IFB in their ear. What?
Yeah, Garrett Cole, I think, is wearing it when he pitches tomorrow.
Oh, I love it.
I don't know. I don't know if. I don't quite know how to answer that.
That's okay, Garrett. That's fine. That's fine. I didn't know about the earbud. Okay, so technology to eliminate sign stealing, good or bad?
I mean, it's fine. It seems like it's a little complicated. Like, it seems like
I love the idea. I love the idea. Like, oh, this can't be hacked. Right. I love that.
I don't know. I don't feel like sign stealing was that hard to not fix. Like, if you think they're stealing your signs, just switch the signs.
Yeah.
Be that hard.
I mean, did the Astros make this happen? Is this a reaction to and I'm being dead serious. Is this a reaction to sign stealing in Major League Baseball, or is this a reaction to the Astros?
It's a reaction to the Astros, because sign stealing's been going on forever.
Right.
Too many people crying about it, like the overtime rules in the NFL, and feel like they had to do something. Be better. How about that? Be better.
Sources tell ESPN that Major League Baseball sent a memo Tuesday advising teams about the approved usage of devices referred to within the industry as PitchCom. Using a pad with buttons on the wrist of the gloved hand, a catcher can signal pitches, pitch type, and pitch location directly to the pitcher through a listening device.
Yeah, I saw the device. It's just like I said, that's what they want to do now. Fine. It's just going to have to take some getting used to.
Up to 3 teammates of the pitcher and catcher will also have access to the signals, aiding fielders in position. Wow. So I just need to know more. So is like the shortstop going to be standing around like a Secret Service official, like with it, or like the poor news anchor who's always stuck in the tornado and has to push his IFB into his ear as far as it can go so they can hear something.
That's what it sounds like.
Oh, I'm here for it. I need to see this. I need to see shortstops and second basemen standing around like, oh, okay. And then they react.
I saw a game today, catchers in the squad. And he's, for all the people on the stream, he looks at what does what. He's like, all right, 1, 2, 5. That's what it did.
It's like an alarm code. Everybody knows their alarm code until the alarm's going off and suddenly you forget it. Now you got guys. Wait a minute. Wait, which one's the fastball again? One. Wait, fastball inside. 1, 5. Yeah. All right.
And here's now. Look, this is old school. This is old school right there. And I know you don't like this, but this is how you fix some. This is how they used to fix some of the sign stealing. Charlie would tell me if I'm right. If they thought somebody was stealing signs, somebody would have a curveball. Right, say they put down a 2 for the curveball, and then the guy was stealing signs right behind him. So he would tell him, "Hey, curveball's coming." So the guy would lean in, fully expecting the curveball, or whatever, would smack the curveball out of here. So they're like, "Oh, they stealing signs? All right, bet. Hey, catcher, at number 2, that's a fastball next time." And the guy they put down at number 2, the guy was stealing signs. He leaned out there thinking a curveball was coming. Boom, 95. Right, better get out the way. Better not be stealing no more signs. And then everything was like, oh, they must have switched up. My bad. No more sign stealing. My bad.
I can't believe you two are
Stopped all
condoning
that
behavior.
Stopped all that. Now, I didn't go Charlie. I didn't say at the head. You get it up at that chin. A little sweet chin music.
I love that. Not at the head, but if you hit him in the chin,
no, I didn't say
it's up to them to get out of the way.
The ball would come towards the chin area. Get out the way.
That's why I always love like pitchers. The pitch got away from me. Like you can precisely put a ball from that far away on a very specific corner of a plate or I'm just going to brush him up. I'm just going to brush him away from the plate. Standing too close to the plate. I'm just going to brush him up. But then you throw a ball that just goes wildly to the outside, hits the dude in the back of the head. Oh, that one got away from me. You got to be kidding me.
But that's what I'm talking about. You have control. You're not going to hit him. You're not going to hit him. But you say, oh, you want to steal signs. Let's switch it up real quick. Dive out on that plate again.
How do we have all this like technology in sports? Like we've got this, and again, technology as in life, technology in sports, it could be good, it could be bad. There could be too much of it. How is there not like a sensor that shows you that the ball has broken the pylon? Why are we still relying on like 47 replays from 36 different angles to show us whether the football broke the pylon or not?
And then some of them are like deceptive, like
for sure.
Angle makes it look like it crossed the plane, but really it didn't. And
you're telling me there's no better way to do this than the 47 replay shot. All right, I feel like there's got to be a better way.
And then also, my whole thing. Look, man, you got three chances to watch this replay. If you can't come up with a decision by then, just go on the field.
You have would you say 3 chances?
Mm-hmm.
You have 3 chances to watch the replay from the 12 different angles that they took. So you get 3 for angle 1, 3 for angle 2, 3 for angle 3. You got the pylon cam now, which is the closest thing we're going to get to getting the call right. And then you just hope no one's blocking like whether the knees are down or not. And
how about when they challenge the spot on like a quarterback sneak? Fam.
Oh my gosh.
There's 25 guys right there. How are we supposed to know?
They've switched it up a couple of times. You've seen that happen.
Yeah. How you know?
That's it. Charlie brings up a great question. Why does the ref still go under the hood? Like the ref is literally doing nothing and we all know it. You have the analyst on every television network telling you what's happening, where it's happening, and who's reviewing it. But yet the referee still walks over, flips the black thing over his head, and sits there and watches TV for 10 minutes. Yeah, this is silly.
Yeah,
this is silly.
All
they need is the same earbud. They just I don't know if the NFL one is in Secaucus too, but you're just waiting. What is it? Yep. Okay, great. Same thing with Major League. Same thing with NBA referees. What are y'all doing? Y'all put on the headsets because somebody else is going to tell you the call. But you're looking. Hey, look at this. Look at this. Y'all ain't doing nothing. Y'all are fronting.
Didn't we get into it? Me and you, we got into it that year, last year with that Devin Booker play where.
Yes. Intent. The intent. Yeah, I remember that. I still don't understand.
I said we've gone too far.
I still don't understand. Devin Booker hit the ball out of bounds.
He was
yes or no? Yes.
To touch it.
He was the last to touch it.
Touch it.
That's right. This was actually a debate. It's still the most fascinating debate I think we've ever had.
What are we doing out here?
He was the last to touch it, but yet y'all didn't think that it should have been the other team's ball.
I remember exactly what happened. Pat Bev hit it out of his hand.
Yep. Yep. He hit it out of his hands, and what? It hit Devin Booker last. How is that not Phoenix? How is that not out on Devin Booker? I had never heard the spirit of the rule, the intent of the rule. Wait, what? No, I need the literal interpretation of the rule. Who hit it out? Devin Booker. Great. Clippers ball.
No, Devin Booker didn't hit it out. Patrick Beverly hit it out.
Who touched the ball last?
Now that's a different
Devin
question.
Booker did. Great. It's the Clippers ball. Or the Timber or whoever Patrick Beverly was playing for.
Well, I was right. We're gonna have another couple of moments like this again.
That was still so dumb to me. I still don't understand.
No, the fact that they zoomed in to the 25th degree to say, well, there it is on his fingernail.
It changes direction. I love when the analyst says that. The ball didn't change direction.
Well,
or my favorite is
that one's easy.
My favorite is when the analyst is so adamant. Oh, I can't believe it. What a terrible call. The replay comes up. How could they? Oh, yeah. That okay. All right. Because I mean, live, it looked like, but yep, you see right there on the replay. Okay.
To be honest with you, I don't know what they're looking at here, Bob. I really don't. Okay.
Oh, man, that's my bad. That's me. As
Richard Jefferson is good for that.
They literally just disappeared. I think they turned their camera off. So we're just look. That's Deuce and Mo right there. That's what they look like, folks. For those who are watching on Twitch and YouTube, there they are. Now they had to clear out the burger patch that they just had over at the new Land Park spot.
How'd you know?
Well, because I got the advisory to join, and I'm like, Phil, yo, it's 12-2. Like I can't help. And the next time y'all talk to Phil, when you re-up this big endorsement for Burger Patch, can you tell him what I have said here on the radio? I'll flip burgers, I'll serve fries, I'll pour milkshakes, whatever you want. Open one in Roseville. You don't need any more in Land Park or East Sac or downtown. You already got the one in Davis. Open one in Roseville. I'll do whatever Phil needs to help get this thing off the ground, but he needs to come out this way.
Damien quits everything in media and just wants to own his own burger patch in Roseville. Got it.
I told y'all one day I'm just going to disappear. Just one day I'm going to be gone, and you're going to be like, oh, you went to Burger Patch. Okay.
He already said it. He's going to be like Reggie Miller. He'll be like Reggie Miller out there.
I feel honored talking to Kenny. He just signed that big max money.
Hey, congrats, Kenny.
You thought it's security detail. Last game, Kenny rolls up. It must have been like 7 deep security around here.
Wow.
It was wild.
Makes sense.
That's it. That's how it goes now. He ain't courtside Kenny anymore. He ain't courtside Kenny, man. He's center court Kenny now. You're listening to D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM. West Sacramento KRXQ. The letters haven't changed. They've been the same for 16 months. HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station, and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. We welcome in Deuce Mason, Morgan Reagan, the Deuce and Mo podcast. First of all, I guess this is actually a question for both of you. The first year at TV has essentially wrapped up. Morgan, we'll start with you. How was your rookie season?
I mean, a damn dream come true. Every time I look back at this season, because I've done a few like people asking me questions, interviews, whatever, and I really reflect back and I'm like, I never thought that this was really going to happen. You know, you think in your life, like, I want to do this when I'm older. I want to do this. And I always wanted to do it so bad. But then when I finally let go and was like, you know what, I'm just going to work hard and see if it kind of happens. That's when it came. And it's just been so amazing. And I am so excited that I'm like in this business doing this.
How would you grade your rookie year?
Oh, okay. I have to grade my own. Okay. I think I'm raw. The fundamentals still need to clean up a lot. And, but I think energy wise, like I'm that type of player that I can like come off the bench. I'm streaky sometimes, but like I'm the energy pump that you need, that spark that you need. But guess what? Rookie year, next year, I'm going to get better. I'm going to do things different. It's going to be amazing.
She's the Daryl Armstrong of pre and post. We were talking about Daryl Armstrong earlier.
Who's Daryl Armstrong?
Kenny looks like Daryl.
Daryl Armstrong. He was the energy guy. He came in there. His whole thing was he'd have 10 cups of coffee before each game.
Kenny couldn't even give you like Bobby Jackson.
I was hoping Bobby Jackson. Okay, so I've got a lot.
Well, okay, I wouldn't say it was a problem, but Daryl Armstrong, he was big time.
So I have a lot of work to do. Got it, Kenny. Thanks.
Deuce, what grade would you give Morgan?
Ooh. Be honest too.
I mean, we spent a lot of time talking about this stuff. So like I'm a harsher critic than most. I give her a solid B. I mean, for someone that's not even mean. Like for B, not a D, a C, a B.
Thank goodness.
A B plus. I mean,
plus at least a B.
Honestly,
B
Morgan,
plus.
that you did great this year.
Thanks.
You did great. There's some like you know how I watch stuff.
So harsh.
I nitpick
everything.
Anybody on TV. I have nitpicked you. I guarantee you.
Yep.
I know all your weaknesses.
True.
I know all your crutches. So I'm a little harsher. But she never did this before. And like she crushed it. Like I'm proud of her for sure.
You know what sucks about that? The fact that Deuce does that is Deuce did it once and was really freaking good. like that's it. It's like you can't even look at the show Deuce did and pick it apart like he does everybody else. You just kind of watch it and go, oh damn, that was really good.
Yeah.
It was annoying. It was annoying to see. I mean, it was annoying / also the same kind of thing, right? I'm proud. Like it's great to see him have that moment and everything, but it was like, damn, like I couldn't just come in and have that type of, confidence and that type of structure to my hosting work. But like he said, it's like he hosts the podcast. It's a daily thing for him. He was hosting before. He was doing anchor work with Good Day Sacramento, where I was doing always analyzing and
I
reporting.
messed a lot of stuff up.
But
so you know, and when I say I nitpick people, I nitpick myself for sure. So
well, see, that's the thing with the both of you guys and Morgan in your first year. There could be a number of different things that you got wrong this year or whatever the case may be. We would never know because none of it conveyed to TV. None of it looked like it was a struggle or nothing like that. It was smooth as hell. You guys are like, you guys are really like wrestlers. Like when they told me, oh, he botched that leg drop. We didn't know. We were just watching. Wow, what a match.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, good. So I'm not like Sasha Banks where like I'm like dangerously hurting myself or anything.
Shots fired at Sasha today. I didn't expect that. Wow.
Okay.
So I was gonna make a WebEx joke, but I won't. We'll just move along here. We'll just move along. I think you both did fantastic, by the way.
Appreciate it.
If your performances, could help bring the Kings' performances up, this team would be a lot better. Are you optimistic that the changes can be made to make this team better next year? As Morgan's like the fun part of this conversation.
Yeah.
We have to go here.
I don't know if optimism is the right word. I mean, I think it's possible. I do think it's possible that they could do enough. I mean, I think we all thought they were going to be better this year. We talked to Anthony Slater from The Athletic about an hour ago in a podcast that will be coming out later today. And we were talking about some of the biggest disappointments in the NBA. He said the Lakers won, and he said the Knicks and Kings are tied for 2 for him. And so it was interesting to hear his perspective as a guy that kind of covers the NBA and the Warriors take a step back, because I feel the same way. The Kings should have been better this year. I didn't think it was going to go this way. I am definitely hopeful that with Sabonis and Fox, that they could be pretty fun next year. They have some major holes that I think we all knew that they were going to have post-trade deadline too.
I think it's interesting that I reflect back on this year on the court, and I think about how this was probably one of the more depressing years of Kings basketball, truly. And I don't only think because of expectations, I also think because we're watching hours and hours of crappy basketball, like actually bad basketball. And that can suck a whole lot out of you, right? But at the same time, what's so weird is that I feel like where this rock bottom and depressed basketball fandom has hit in Sacramento, I have high hopes for, and not expectations. I have high hopes for next year. Is that because of Sabonis? A little. I think the way that he showed in that little bit of time how this is going to be our identity. We're going to go through me and or De'Aaron Fox, and finally there's a little bit of something more. But that's not going to win you enough basketball games to get you into the playoffs. You know, it might get you into the play-in, because every team should make the play-in in the NBA, but the Kings somehow still didn't this season. So I think next year, like, I have the hopes of good basketball leading to a play-in spot.
I kind of am in this situation with this particular Kings team. I don't think they're that far off. And when I say that far off, I'm not talking Phoenix. I'm talking Minnesota. I'm talking the Clippers. I don't think they're that far off with this team that they've had after the trade deadline. They have to execute some stuff and making sure you get the coach in here and all this other stuff. But I don't think they're hopeless, like a penny with a hole in it. Like, I don't think that's the case. But I don't know if you guys caught what me and Damien talked about yesterday, but I want to get your opinion on this. Because I said, I had a little bit of an epiphany. And I said, you got to pull out all the stops to end this 16-year drought this upcoming season. And when I mean all the stops, I mean, I don't want to hear about financially responsible. I really don't want to hear about future draft picks, and you got to make sure you have all that. Get the people in here by hook or by crook to change and get the stink of 16 years off of this franchise and off this fan base. And if they end up being like a Minnesota where they make it 1 year, they get the stink off, and then they got 4 or 5 years of no playoffs, fine. We'll deal with that when we get there. But 17 can't happen. Because not only is that just nasty in general, but 17, the way things are set up and the way I feel like this is a make or break season for a lot of people in this organization, 17 really is going to turn to 2021 real quick. So,
yeah, I feel like you said this last year, Kenny. You said it can't get to 16.
I feel like I heard that too.
No, and I'm not.
But I didn't say hook or crook.
Okay.
If you got to deal your next 2 first-round picks to get.
I mean, I mean, here's the thing. I hear what you're saying, but like, okay, you deal your next couple of picks for who? Like, to me, it matters who that player is, because I don't think just making the playoffs 1 year is going to make anybody feel better. You're putting a Band-Aid on a wound that is squirting out blood everywhere at that point. Like, we got to actually build a winner here. You got to build something that's sustainable for a few years, because one little first round appearance and bounce out in 4 or 5 games, and then the next year you're not a playoff team or you're a fringe player. That's not going to make anybody happy.
Feels like a PR Band-Aid, like
it'll make people happy.
It would.
You can't be sitting here talking about 20 straight years and no playoffs.
I'm with you, but you make the right moves to get you in a position where you're making it for a few years.
Yeah, drugs and alcohol make people happy for that moment, and then they come down from it, and it's really bad. And so,
wow.
let's get dark. Yeah, and I guess my point is though, like it going back down to the dark. And I get Kenny, and I get what you're saying, and I've had those thoughts before, like, oh man, that would just be nice, right? That would just be nice. And then I look at it as you're a hooper. You understand it and how important it is to build and to have that patience and that development. And that's not going to happen if that 1 year stops the bleeding.
Right.
Now, could it be instead of doing it for 1 year and it really could be the thing that turns and shifts the franchise into this winning culture? Great. I'll take it. But I'm just like, I'm so over the quick fixes with anything in life. I don't care if it's a home improvement or a freaking basketball team. Like, don't do the quick fixes, do things the right way. And what the right way is for the Sacramento Kings going into next year, I don't have all the answers because I'm, obviously not the one that gets paid millions to decide what those answers are. But if you have competent basketball minds leading the way, do it the right way, because that's the only way that basketball is supposed to be played anyway.
But I think Kenny's larger point is the importance of making it next year.
It's important.
It's vital.
Yes.
I mean, we're talking about Fox year 6.
We're gonna
You're
die.
talking about, all right, Sabonis, like contract extension, like
right. That's a larger point, Deuce, of what I'm saying. If you don't make it next year, you're gonna get your tear down. You're gonna get your OKC if you want, because Sabonis ain't coming back. Fox is going to be gone. Monty will probably be gone, and you'll have this new coach, and you have all the draft picks you want in the world if you don't make it. So I thought I laid out worst case scenario. Like, worst case scenario is you make it next year and then you don't make it for 3-4 years. That's not how it has to be. Like, you can make it next year and that could catapult you as well. But I want to ask all you guys that, because I hear that a couple of times when I brought that up, like, we've been doing it that way for years. Have you really though? Like, the Kings missed the draft. They missed one draft in what, 16 years? They're always got the draft pick, always. And
but never, they don't really get it near the
they
top.
Don't get it right. They don't get it right. That's another discussion. But they ain't never said what I said to do. I'm saying Donovan Mitchell, Julius Randle, somebody like that. Here, take this first round pick because I need this all-star here on this squad. They ain't done that before. Marco Bellinelli is not going for it. Right?
Yeah. No, I feel like the risk taking, there's been a lot of things that have happened in these past 16 years to keep leading to bad habits and losing culture and losing basketball, right? So if we continue those circles, even with each person, like you mentioned, hey, if they don't make the playoffs next year, Monty McNair out, all these things. He shouldn't be out. Like, why should we have, I really believe in keeping certain people in certain places to actually try and build off that. I'm not saying Luke Walton was necessarily the right coach for the Sacramento Kings, but to have 12 coaches in these last 16 seasons or 16 years or whatever the exact number is, that's insane. These players can't even learn how to play basketball the right way under the franchise that they're playing for. And
to play basketball, you ain't even got to learn your coach's name at this point.
Right. They don't even know like where they live or what their favorite color is or any of those things. I don't know if that's what people talk about. But anyway, the point is, I just feel like this is such a toxic, negative circle that, Kenny, when you have 4 years in high school or 4 years in college and you build with that squad and everyone starts to buy in, even when you have some crappy people that don't really buy in or kind of bullies on, whatever, the older varsity person, it's like, can't wait till they're gone next year, whatever it is, that it's still like the development of it and the consistency of it is what helps you get out of that bad toxic circle.
Yeah, I understand that for sure. I understand it. I get what you guys are saying, but I just feel like the time is now. Like,
yeah,
you're not
wrong.
But
I guess it just all depends. One, where's the draft pick, right? Like the greatest odds right now is that they move down to 8, I believe. Like, that's the greatest odds at this point.
That sucks.
Yeah, I mean, everyone thinks they're slotted at 7th. It's actually, I think the percentage goes down. Like, let's see, I have the lottery odds right now. They have right now a 19.7% chance of picking 7th and a 34% chance of picking 8th.
Oh, joy.
Oh,
so
cool.
I mean, it's kind of the spot that we've seen them a lot of times. Now, on the flip side, like, let's be honest, like, if we want to be encouraging, Monty McNair in his first 2 drafts, he's done a good job.
Yep.
Right. Tyrese Halliburton. Good player, and it turned
Hall of
into
Famer.
All-Star. Yeah, Hall of Famer, Michael Jordan, a Jace. Like, amazing. God. It's so crazy with that, by the way. Like, I felt like I was the biggest Tyrese Halliburton homer ever, slobbering all over him. And then I'm like, God, am I going the other way now? Because I feel like we're talking about him like he's all NBA. Is he in the MVP race?
Just don't let people
I know.
turn.
He's a good player.
Yes, exactly.
I like him.
Still chair, right. Seth Mason right here. That's fine. That's fine. It's all right. It's happened to all of us, buddy.
Yeah.
It's okay.
But he turned Halliburton into Sabonis, and then you dropped Davion Mitchell, who I think is showing some great flashes over the last month, even though Kenny Caraway, I think I forget who he compared him to yesterday.
Ooh, who?
No, I didn't compare him. I didn't compare him to this.
He's
I
got
said,
Davion for some reason. Which
What
is
did you compare him to?
This is what this is.
Oh, no, wait. He's saying, I think I'd rather sign Ish Smith to a max contract than have.
No, you
Davion.
did.
I'm
No,
pretty
he
sure
did
that's
not.
what exact quote.
No, absolutely not. What I said was, we're like, Davion Mitchell, it's going to be hard to find a backup point guard. I was like, you get Ish Smith in here as a backup point guard. He only playing 17 minutes a night. And Ish Smith is good. Y'all sleeping on Ish Smith. Ish Smith
I like him. You know who I'd rather have? Tyus Jones from Memphis.
Really nice. Mm-hmm.
Free agent.
Yeah.
But my point was, if Davion is your backup point guard, you can find a backup point guard anywhere. That was my point.
The idea was if Davion was involved in the trade, that was the where that conversation came from. It wasn't like, hey, let's get rid of Davion and sign Ish Smith. It wasn't that. And I don't think Davion's playing 17 minutes a night either. I think Davion's role is much more expanded. What do you make of, like you mentioned the way that he played, Deuce? Like, what do you make of that though? Like he has played reasonably well in useless games for the last 2 years.
I feel like it's one of the hardest things to measure late in the season. How many years have I seen this in Sacramento? Going back to Diagu or Scal or like name a random key.
Justin James last year.
I looked up game 80 of last year to compare it to game 80 this year, and Justin James led the Kings in scoring with like 33 or something.
Yeah, I remember.
Memphis. Yeah, against Memphis. Yeah. But Davion, I got on Ham about this, about when he was comparing him to Patrick Beverley.
Oh, yeah. No.
I think Davion's offensive game, I'm way higher on Davion's offensive game than I think most. So, obviously, I don't look at him as a guy that's going to be scoring like 20 a game next year, especially with Fox and Sabonis, but I think he has shown he could be a really, really capable offensive player. I mean, just him getting the experience of running this team late in the year, I think is super valuable. And I don't look at it as just a guy that's getting hot late. I think he's put together enough of a sample size at the end that you go, oh, there's some encouraging things to build on.
I think he's also going to be one of those undersized guards that really finds his way and understands how he needs to finish at the rack, how he needs to, drive and penetrate into the paint certain ways because he has a bigger guard on him or whatever it is. And then on the defensive end, same thing. What step is he going to take from his rookie year to be sure to be able to defend guards like even a Devin Booker? We saw him, Booker's cooked him a few times, but also Devin Booker is an MVP candidate in this league and Davion Mitchell's a rookie. We have these high expectations for him, as we should. But I truly believe he's going to be one of those players that plays more, he plays better, right? And that means like get him on the floor, make sure he's out there. Why? He's very valuable, super valuable on the defensive end when you look at the defensive pressure. We want to talk about all of his flaws, but he's undersized, but he's this. Okay, that's all we ever. I hate when people only talk about the flaws. It's like, how about we talk about some of the good? It's great to have a high defensive IQ guy on the team at all. I'm not saying my standards are low, and it's like that's why he's so good. No, but there really are like such benefits to having Davion Mitchell on this squad with his high basketball IQ.
And he's been more vocal during the stretch.
Yes,
which is great. He's running the team at this point. I think we spend so much time talking about, all right, Kings, they got to hire a new head coach. They got to get this piece in. Part of it, too, is internal growth. Like, one, we've all talked about this. Fox has to just, from the get-go, like you guys have talked about many times, come out of the gate and be playing well. I'm not saying he needs to be playing as sharp as he was before this last injury, because he's playing at a crazy level, but consistency. We need to see that from the get. Like, you have to be the guy out there. Right. Sabonis this summer, I want him to show some consistency with the jumper. And, and I think he can. I think he's a guy that could put the work in.
25 years old.
Why can't he get
right
a little better from being an outside threat? He does it every once in a while, but not consistent enough. And Davion, can he get better too and be more consistent? If those three guys can add to their games over the offseason and then add some pieces, then yeah, maybe they can take a jump into that Minnesota realm of teams that we were talking about.
I like Davion a lot. I mean, he's my type of player. He's tougher than a $2 steak. He's not afraid of nothing out there. That's my type of player. Here's the thing that concerns me, and I hope that I'm not putting it on this is how he is and is going to always be in his career. But right now, if you look at like his game logs, I've been saying this for a little while, and it's bare true since I said it a couple weeks ago, is you look at it, his shot attempts mirror his points for the night. So if he's getting looks and he's able to put them up like he has been when Fox is out, he's putting up 20 a night, 20 shot attempts a night, he's going to score 21, 22 points. But if he's putting up 5 attempts, he's going to have 6 or 7 points. And some of that is because right now he doesn't get to the foul line and he's not a great free throw shooter. Now he improved as the season went along and I love to see that. But that's what concerns me. And I want to see if he's going to be able to expand on that and get better on that. I said earlier, I want to know what you guys think about it. I think a consistent jump shot and being able to develop that jump shot is going to be the difference between Davion either being Kyle Lowry. I'm not saying he's going to make an all-star team, but that type of efficient player or Elfrid Payton.
Yeah.
And I don't know if he's going to improve the jump shot. I don't know. I hope he can, but I don't know.
I think he can. I think, he showed the growth in college. Now this stretch has been better, but I'm with you. He's got to find ways that when he's not playing 40 minutes a night, right? Because he's literally playing 40 minutes a night. Gentry said last game, yeah, we're going to stop playing him 40 minutes. And then he played, I think, 39 minutes and 58 seconds
there
or something.
Alvin should really stop making those proclamations before games.
We're going to start playing Kada. Final few games of the season, you get 10 minutes. No, but Davion, can he move better without the ball, right? And I think part of it too is getting used to playing with Sabonis. With a full training camp, can those guys start understanding what it takes to play off a guy like Sabonis who draws so much attention and who can orchestrate the offense? Because
didn't Anthony Slater in his athletic piece have something about Davion Mitchell cutting without the basketball, and it was like a total of 3 times?
Yeah, he scored on cuts.
Or that he scored on with cutting off the ball, and it was a total of 3 times. And we were talking about that with him, and he's like, yeah, that's going to have to change, but I feel the confidence in that changing because Domantas Sabonis is there now. So most likely that command from Sabonis to move without the ball and I'll find you guys. Cut. Davion Mitchell seems like the guy that would be the willing cutter, the willing teammate to do those type of things.
Fox and Sabonis are going to be a good pairing.
I agree.
It's now about can they do what it takes to fill out the rest of the roster.
Yeah.
And what's that look like? What does the podcast look like? Or I mean, we obviously, I don't think Kings news is going away, but there'll be plenty of Kings content to cover. But there are no more games. Like what's Deuce and Mo pod look like?
We're still trying to finalize exactly what time we're going to be on after when we're making that shift to summer hours like we did last year. But multiple times a week. We'll probably do some more interviews too. We got Anthony Slater coming up. We might be talking to Logan Webb later today. Logan Webb,
nice.
Opening day starter for the Giants.
Yeah.
Trying. He's a huge Kings fan, and so we've connected with him a few times. But I think summertime it's going to be like Monday through Wednesday. Like we're going to have a podcast every single day, probably in the evening. We're probably going to become a little bit more evening people. Plus, plus watch parties, plus night chats after big games, like playing games and big playoff games. We will not survive life if we are not streaming at all hours of the day.
You go. Who you guys should have on? Chris Haynes.
Oh,
Chris Haynes is really good. You guys should have Chris Haynes.
That'd be a great.
Chris Haynes forever. And
I thought you guys got Chris Haynes.
Chris Haynes just leaves us on scene every time. Every time.
What?
Every time. Tells us in person. Yo, yeah, no doubt. Hit me up, yo. Let's do the show. Send the message. Seen. Read.
Man, what can he do?
I don't know, man.
I don't know.
Kenny, I see him posting stuff about being like on his neighborhood block, being the guy that's like the best basketball player out there. You guys should handle this with a one-on-one
Kenny
game.
just shows up. Kenny just rolls up and goes,
Hey,
girl.
They
Chris
live in the same neighborhood.
Chris Haynes, Sac City product. 5'9" stand up. There's no way. There's no way I'm not the best ball player in media. It's just what it is. I really have the best shot too.
You're telling me that you're better than Fedora Ham.
Fedora Ham's a bad boy. That's the bad boy right there.
Why is he wearing the fedora?
Why do you care that he's wearing the fedora? Deuce is like, this has got to be a bit. I'm like, it's not a bit. It's everyone loves a good hat.
The fedora.
Happy Ham. We love him.
Happy Ham. Like, that's Happy Ham. He was killing it.
I love Happy Ham.
I'm all for more Fedora Ham.
Same. I love it. Now he's got to wear it as part of like his brand, you know?
Like Sean Cunningham in the hat?
Yeah.
Someone texted me, it must have been a month ago. It was a picture of Sean Cunningham during the anthem and he had his hat off. I'm like, I don't know that I've ever seen this in my life.
I've never seen that.
He takes off the hat and there's just another hat underneath.
Yes. just a more respectful one.
I love it.
Deuce and Mo, follow them YouTube, Twitch, like you already know by now. It's the Deuce and Mo podcast. Great first season. We're looking to continue here throughout the summer, throughout the playoffs, and as we said, we expect more Kings news on the way. Deuce and Mo. We'll be back here with more D'Lo and KC on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Awesome stuff, guys.
You guys are so great. God, you guys
opening day.
I'm sorry, opening day baseball.
Talk about yeah.
We weren't even going to talk about baseball with Logan Webb.
I think we were going to talk a little baseball, but we're going to talk some Kings with him, to be honest. He was supposed to be at 3, and he goes, "Hey," just in like right before he hopped on, he's like, "Actually, hey, I got a meeting." I was like, oh, "Okay, this is what we're doing."
It's okay. He's a pro athlete.
Well, if he doesn't come on and then he gets shelled tomorrow, we know why.
Oh, you guys, Deuce shaves his head on Sunday.
I heard about
Wait,
that.
for real?
Yeah, he's going to be so ugly.
Yeah, I mean, I when I did that, I thought there was zero chance I'd be shaving my head. It wasn't like I said they were going to make the playoffs. I said, no, they'll win over 36 and a half games. It's not even a bowl.
That's disrespectful by the Kings.
Yeah, and I wouldn't do it. I thought the bit was funny. I thought the KO bit was perfect. Like, that was so funny. Like, that was the perfect heel move. I wouldn't do it. Kiss my ass. I was speaking out my ass. Deal with it. I wouldn't do it.
Nope, he's doing it. And guess who's
got great hair? Oh, well, okay. But we're doing it on the stream.
Oh, hell yeah, we
okay.
are.
All
We're
right.
not
You
letting
can't,
him pull one.
you can't let content like die. Like, you gotta do this stuff.
I definitely wouldn't shave it. I loved when you had the tape over here, the fake bald head. That was some good stuff.
There were so many moments in that were funny. The whole reveal was funny. And then I died when Morgan called you a bitch. Like, I laughed so hard because I could only imagine how bad that hurt trying to take that thing off.
Dude, it hurt so bad. I'm not going that. I'm not shaving all the way down like that. It's gonna be a buzz, and then Morgan. I'll let Morgan do it, but don't get twisted. I already made an appointment to go in the next week to get cleaned up, so I don't look like.
How am I gonna mess this up? Is there a way to mess this up?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Wow, all three of you.
Yeah, there is. There is.
Okay, I believe.
The garters on the same level.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. There's a lot of ways this could go south.
Well.
It's a good idea to have that appointment.
Damien, did I hear last week? Were you talking about maybe doing a wrestling podcast again, or?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yes. Give me life, Damien.
I'm excited about that.
Deuce, I watched a little AEW.
Well, to be clear, it ain't gonna be Relive. I ain't doing that shit again. That's not coming back.
Yeah,
but I'll do a wrestling podcast. Yeah,
I did hear. Kenny, you watched last night? AEW?
No, I recorded whatever little hour one they have on Friday. Really, I recorded it. Well, look, I'd watch anything. I was hoping to see Jade. That's why I recorded.
Didn't she come out on the mic?
Yeah, it's always in South Carolina.
Dude, she's a badass.
Dude,
badass.
Amazing.
Yeah.
That tag match last night was nasty.
Baby.
Damien, FPR is so. I'm
they're
glad
so
they're
good.
getting the love that they deserve now. Awesome.
they're so good.
So legit.
Did you guys like WrestleMania?
So I didn't see. I went back and watched them at night 1. I watched all of night 2. Yeah, I mean, overall, I enjoyed it. I had the lowest of low expectations. Were there crappy parts? Like Vince's stunner was terrible, and Vince shouldn't have destroyed Pat McAfee. But like, whatever. It's Stone Cold still coming out and stunning McAfee. Like, it was fun.
I thought
enjoyed
the
it.
women's match was amazing, but then also Raw on Monday was awful.
It
Awful.
was terrible.
Yeah, I didn't like
it. Was really bad.
Like, how do you screw that up?
Morgan also is not a big Cody fan, so.
So what? That doesn't. I'm talking even about Kevin Owens being with Elias's twin brother. Like
Ezekiel.
Like, thank you, Damien.
I
Thank
did
you.
like MVP aligning with Omos. I thought that was cool.
I get it. I think Lashley needs shoulder surgery, so I think that's a good way to kind of like get him off and have MVP still be part of the picture.
Not sure why Lashley came back in the first place.
Yeah, I don't. It's just to beat almost, I guess.
Hmm.
Get that WrestleMania payday.
Yeah. Not mad at that. Get that bread.
Yeah, right, guys, we're coming back.
All right, man. Good chat.
All right, thanks, guys. Sorry, Charlie. That's pretty regular. We just sit around and chat. Thanks for the heads up. Deuce mentioned a moment ago, as we were saying goodbye over on the stream, about the return of a D-Lo Wrestling podcast. The house show is moving to a podcast form here soon, and gone quiet on that because it made me realize I really have to pay attention to what's happening now on Mondays and Fridays.
Oof.
Fridays, I don't know why that extra hour is such. Friday putting Raw, SmackDown on in the background while I'm, doing whatever. That's nothing. Thinking about 3 hours of Monday Night Raw, man,
that extra hour is just death.
That is tough.
But you gotta, I know you cut the cord a long time ago, but whatever app allows you to fast forward, that's just how you gotta do Raw.
That's the way it's gonna be. Yeah, that's the way it's gonna be. But
I don't need to see I really don't need to see anything that RK Bro is doing or the Viking Raiders.
I do not like this over the top babyface Randy Orton, man. It's ridiculous. It's really like
why?
Gable Stevenson, let's go. Let's have a drink with the party. Like, wait, what? What is happening? This is awful.
It really is.
And I'm out there looking like
it
a
really
goofball.
It's terrible. Man.
You can catch the show on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320, and Facebook Live. I think this was on the stream. I don't think this was Deuce is going with the haircut.
Yeah,
they're actually doing the haircut this weekend.
And I agree with you. I wouldn't do it.
I wouldn't do it either. I'd be like, look, I talked out so the bit was, for those who weren't caught up on this, Deuce said before the season started that the Kings would win. I think the over-under was like 36.5, 35.5. He was like, oh, they're winning over that. If the Kings don't win that, I'll shave my head. Obviously, they're not even coming close to that number. So he did the whole he did the whole bald cap bit, the Kevin Owens, Stone Cold Steve Austin bit from a few weeks ago on Raw. He did that. I thought it was a perfect payoff. I was like, this is a heel doing heel things. Kenny Caraway, Deuce Mason, it's the heel tag team of the century right there. This is a heel doing heel things. It's perfect. He said he's going to go through it. Man, you don't owe anybody anything. No. He's got good TV hair. That man's got a career in television. I'd be like, hey, I talked out the side of my, hey, I'm a heel. That's what heels do. Live with it.
And then that would be the end of it. That'd just be what it is. I wouldn't do it. But Deuce, he's got a good set of hair. It'll come back relatively.
Yeah, he's young. That's right. He's young enough to come back. There's a certain fear for like someone like me, where if I cut my hair that short, it's just gone.
Nah, I think he'll come back too.
They'd be like, yeah, we good. Ain't no amount of Beijing in the world gonna fix this, fam. You might as well you gone. It's over.
What's the better bet though? Deuce with his bet and paying it off, or did you see the one from Darren Ravel?
I try to avoid Darren Ravel at all costs.
Darren Ravel says This is just ridiculous. He says, if Tiger wins the 2022 Masters, I will get in the cage with a live tiger.
Darren Ravel's an idiot, dude. That dude is an absolute moron. I don't. That dude is an idiot. I don't even know what else to say. Like, I do not have any more eloquent words, man. That dude is an idiot. He showed his ass on social media so many times.
Yeah, he's yeah, I agree.
I will get in the. I wonder if he's nervous after Tiger goes 1 under. I think he's 3 back. I can't remember who was leading. Charlie Smith. I can't remember who was leading, but he dropped a couple there. Huh?
It's not a real golfer.
Probably not.
You made that up.
I might have. I can't remember my man's name. I feel like it was Charlie, but now I need to look at the leaderboard to be right or wrong.
Could have told me any.
Cameron
who?
His name is Cameron Smith.
That's not a real golfer either.
No, his name is Cameron Smith. I'm looking right at it. He's 4 under today. He's the leader.
You made that up.
Along with Dustin Johnson and
I know him.
a name I can't pronounce. But Tigers, he's in the hunt, if you will, at 1 under.
Man, tomorrow's a big day for Tiger.
So I mean, yeah, it's a big day, and like I thought Sunday would be lit, but now the prospects of Darren Ravel getting eaten by a live tiger have made this all the more interesting. It's like it's turning into that episode of Snowfall where there's a tiger wandering around East Los Angeles. Like, yo, Darren Ravel, let's do it. Let's do it. He's gonna go find one of those Las Vegas tigers. I forgot that group that used to be out there. One of them got bitten by the tiger. Like, he's gonna have to go find one of them friendly tigers.
Yeah, do not leave the tigers alone.
Yes, that's right. Tigers, lions, elephants, bear, they're not for your enjoyment. Leave them alone. Because when one of them stomps on you or bites your head off, that's what it's supposed to do.
Yeah, facts. I saw a crazy video. Nothing crazy happened, but it was like an amazing video of this person was on a speedboat and an orca was keeping up with it.
Oh. Okay.
Like they had that thing pedal to the metal, whatever you do, and pull the gear down to go as fast as you can.
Mm-hmm.
It was off, and the orca just seamlessly staying with it. So wanted to take you out and do it in a heartbeat.
That's one of the great things about the internet. Like, you could find anything. like you could just about find anything.
I don't know how this came on my timeline either, but
who cares?
I was fascinated for that 55 seconds I was watching that orca keep up with it.
It was worth it. Like, it's worth it. I love, I don't know, the sea creatures. I like taking a little weekend vacation around Memorial Day down by the beaches in Los Angeles, and I love, like, you can see the dolphins the last night. We didn't go last year, 3 years ago. Like every day, 6 o'clock, look out the window and you see the dolphins jump by. Like, I love that.
That's
I'm confident I'd feel different if it was a shark and I was anywhere near it. But from a distance, I love it. I remember seeing a whale jump up at. I'd be like, it's a whale! Look! I just thought that was the coolest thing.
They're very cool. I like to see them in real life from a distance on TV. Very cool. Very awesome. Not getting in that water though.
Yes, I understand. You're not getting in the water.
A little boat. Like, come on, man. That orca tipped that boat over so quick.
You'll get in the lake. You'll get in a lake, right? Or a river. But
I mean,
just not an ocean.
I mean, like, I'll get in the ocean in the right boat.
Yeah. Oh, well, the Kenny like the Kenny Caraway yacht. Like, you get in on that, like, for sure.
It's the right thing. Yeah, I'll get in the ocean, but surfing and just going out on a little boat, nah, man, too many things can go wrong. Too many things can go wrong. No, it's okay. And you talk about a lake and a river. I mean, sure, I guess. Kind
Well,
of.
you could probably walk to the middle of Folsom Lake right now. You'd probably be waist high, be like a wading pool.
Nah, like the ground is there.
Oh, there's just the water's gone.
Like
It's
the
just
dirt. Like I see the dirt.
Man.
That's just insane.
all bad.
Yeah.
As Rob W says, no beachside Kenny. No
The
beachside
beach ain't in the water. I'll be on the beach all day.
Oh man. I'll tell you one thing though, I ain't getting on a cruise ship. You couldn't pay me to get on a cruise ship.
I wanted to at one point. I think those days are over.
That feels like being trapped. Like I am not doing it. Absolutely not doing it. We'll come back. Olivia Christian's going to join us coming up at the top of the 3:00 hour. As always, she's got a lot to talk about. Give and go with Maybach. Oh, plus she's a big baseball fan. I might just leave. Let you guys talk baseball amongst yourselves. Olivia's going to be with us at the top of the hour, and we'll come back. Sitting here talking about orcas and beaches and all that stuff. It pales in comparison to the most fascinating story you're going to hear today. As you mentioned, opening day is here. The $151 hamburger. But it gets better because there's a more expensive one. We'll tell you all about it, man. Lots more ahead here as D-Lo and KC continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
You can go ahead, Dave. You good.
You sure? I was going to say we could both take one. I was going to put the screen up.
Okay, we'll do that then.
No, y'all normally I don't do this, but go on, hit him with a little remix here. We'll be right back.
Yeah.
We'll be right back, Charlie.
Okay, got you, Charlie.
Oh man. Live on the Odyssey app, indeed. If you missed any part of today's show, you can catch it on the podcast feature on the Odyssey app or wherever you get podcasts from, whether it's Apple, Spotify, Google Play, whatever it may be. We have got you covered both live and on demand. Olivia Christian, 1320 host and contributor, set to join us coming up here in just a few minutes. Opening day in Major League Baseball jumping off right now. Tiger in the hunt here. First day of the Masters, 1 under, a leader right now. Cameron Smith at 4 under. He's in the clubhouse. Obviously, Tiger's in the clubhouse. And we're headed into an interesting Friday, which could lead to a fun weekend for sports fans for sure. I regularly forget, unless of course it's the Giants, but the Braves won the World Series. And it's always one of those, hey man, remind me again, who won the World Series last year? It was the Atlanta Braves. And this year the Atlanta Braves are serving the World Champions Burger. It's a half-pound of Wagyu beef burger topped with cage-free pan-fried eggs, gold leaf wrapped Hudson Valley foie grass,
Okay.
grilled cold water lobster tail, heirloom tomato, bib lettuce, Tillamook cheddar cheese, and truffle oil on a toasted Irish buttered bun served with Parmesan waffle fries. That burger is available for the low price of $151 at Braves games this year. It's a nod to the number of years the Braves organization have been in existence.
Russell Hunt asked an interesting question. Is that $151 burger come with a World Series ring?
No. You can get that burger with a World Series ring for the low price of $25,000. That's a shoot. I'm dead serious.
No,
you can buy the burger with a World Series ring for $25,000.
Man, that's a deal. That's a deal. I mean, come on, let's say what it is. That's a steal. Go ahead, get you a World Series ring. Go ahead.
Like, how do you walk with 20? Like, what do you do with a World Series ring that you bought for $25,000? Like a World Series ring. By the way, the chances of a World Series ring actually being worth $25,000 is a stretch. I had a wild moment when, did you ever see the Monarchs championship ring?
No.
It was a Super Bowl ring. Like, it wasn't a cute little dainty little engagement ring that some of these WNBA teams have given out. Like, it was a Maloof ring. And so with something like that, you have to get it appraised and find out. Boy, those things are not what you think they are. Now, don't get me wrong, they're dope.
Yeah.
But the chances that an Atlanta Braves World Series ring actually costs $25,000 is a stretch. A massive stretch.
I disagree. Now you've gone through the process of seeing the ring and all this other stuff. I get that. But when did the Monarchs win the championship?
2005.
You see what they're doing to these rings nowadays?
You think they different? Have you, bro?
They are. I'm not like they are. Like they're not doing the same thing in today in 2005 that they're doing.
That ring.
You see that Dodgers ring?
I didn't see the Dodgers ring.
Oh my God. Jesus.
Now I gotta look it up.
Ring is like it's just different.
I remember the Bucks ring.
Like these rings nowadays gotta be worth $25,000.
I looked up the wrong Dodgers ring. There's no way that's it. There's no way that thing is it.
Oh, share the screen.
Oh no.
Share the screen.
222. See, like these are all just these are all just numbers. There's one number that you got to look for. Oh, come on. Where'd it go? Like I clicked on it and it took me somewhere else. All you need to see is
carrots.
That's it. How many carrots is it? Because that's how many carrots is it, and what's the truth?
Seems like a lot.
Boy, these rings sure have come a long way. Holy crap!
That ain't even a knock on the Monarchs. It's just 25 years.
Oh no, the Monarchs ring was. Yeah, it was legit.
That's not even a knock on them. I'm just saying it's 20 years later, and they doing things even crazier now.
And it was like, if I remember correctly, like. The Dodgers ring is 11 carats. It's 11 carats and $50,000 each. Oh man!
And I think the Braves probably got more.
Oh, so what? What do you even do with it? Like, you can't go around and like wear it.
Right.
You're like, yeah, I bought a $25,000 World Series ring. I didn't win it. I just bought it.
And somebody gonna be like, hey, come over here. Let me talk to you real quick.
Yeah, let me holler at you, player. I can't remember how many carats. Like, all carats aren't created equal either. I can't remember how many carats they were. The diamonds weren't. It was a really, really nice ring. I think it was valued at like 10
carats,
$10,000 or $11,000 or something.
Goodness. I know the Braves out because that's what happens though.
I don't think the Braves one has been posted.
Yeah, I haven't seen much on it. But that's the reason why I said I disagree in the first part, because all people have done for the last 22 years is try to one up the season before. It's all they've done. And I don't know where it's going to go next. Because at some point,
how many of those do you think they sell? I think they've. Okay.
50.
I could see it.
The passion for teams in the South is a little different. Like, I could see somebody dropping, and it's not going to be just some regular Joe Smo. Like, people with some money to blow would drop $25,000 on a Braves championship ring. Did you know? Yeah, I'm sure you did.
But you don't have to pull me out of this rabbit hole because now I'm looking up.
What's the Bucks? Look at
16 emerald shaped diamonds, 360 diamonds on
this
one.
Dodgers?
No, that's the Bucks.
The Bucks one is crazy, man.
I'm trying to get the.
They got the barcode. It turns into a pendant for a chain. Like, their ring is.
Oh,
crazy.
That's wild.
That's
like wild.
It has a barcode where if you scan it to your TV or a phone, it plays the highlights from it plays like the team video for the championship. Like, it's that ring is crazy. That ring is
total carat weight of the emeralds is 4.14 carats, representing the 414 Milwaukee area code, and the 50 round stones represent the 50 years since the team last won a title.
That's nuts. That is nuts.
I cannot. This is a very in-depth article on the Bucks championship ring.
What do you think?
Basically, what we're getting at is how much is the Kings one going to cost?
Yeah, the Kings one. Well,
judged
by how everything's going, it's going to cost like $7.5 million. By the time they win, that's where
these 20 princess cut diamonds represent the number of years we missed the playoffs. These 20 round cut diamonds represent the number of coaches we fired along the way.
And these 100 emerald diamonds represent how long it took us to get to the playoffs. We won in our first year in the playoffs. That'd be nuts.
Man.
They make the playoffs and win it that year.
Yep, that's damn near what the Suns did.
I know, right?
That's damn near what the Suns did.
Yeah. Hey, did you know? So the $151 burger did you know the like I said, I'm sure you did, but for those who didn't, Nipsey Hussle, the Crenshaw mixtape came from, they have a cheesesteak in Philadelphia that's $100.
Mm-hmm.
And you go to the restaurant and they got the $100 cheesesteak.
Mm.
And that's just, it became a talking point. Famous people came and got this $100 cheesesteak or whatever. And that's where Nipsey got the idea to do the $100 mixtape.
I don't think I knew it came from a cheesesteak.
No.
And he only sold like a certain amount of them, right?
Yeah, I think he had 100.
It's like
yeah.
the second rarest tip. I think what is it? Is it? I think the Wu-Tang Clan did an album.
The Purple Tape,
and they made one.
Tape. They did the what's his name? The little crazy that crazy kid bought it. I remember this a couple of years ago.
Logan Paul. What crazy kid are you talking about?
This little crazy kid who.
But there's only. But the point is, there's only one, right?
Yeah.
There's only one of them.
And I think, don't quote me. I feel like he said he's not a doctor. Oh man, somebody in here will know. But yeah, he bought it and he was a jerk. And Wu-Tang was like kind of pissed that he got it because he was like taunting them and stuff like that.
You're listening to D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. We welcome in Olivia Christian, 1320 host and contributor. And there's been talk of podcast here on today's show.
Ooh.
Well, a little birdie told me that the game last night is coming back.
Yes, the game last night.
Let's go.
Oh
hold
my
on,
God.
hold on. I got you. Hold on, I got you. Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah, Olivia giving the people what they want, bringing the podcast back.
So excited. So excited. It's been on hiatus for a couple of years, it feels like.
So are you going to do the whole YouTube production? Like, are you going to do like, because yours wasn't like a podcast, like Kenny and I can sit down 13th round house show or whatever. We could sit down in our home studios and record for, 30, 40 minutes, get some people on a StreamYard or whatever and have a guest. That's not what the game last night was. The game last night was a film crew. Let's set up here. Let's go here. We'll drive around Oakland with Mark Spears. Like it was a legit production.
It was get in the batting cages with Dave Stewart, which is my dream come true. I never thought he would pitch to me. I was wearing a dress and heels, and I had a lot of wine over lunch when we had the
Sounds
conversation.
right.
He's like, I'm not drinking. I'm like, I'll drink yours. It's fine. And then we got in the batting cages. And the show is a labor of love. I funded it through bartering with the guys who shot and edited the show, burgers and beer.
Sushi. Mm-hmm.
But I'm excited to get back. It's an expensive show to produce. So that's why I'm like, I needed to take some time off. I worked with NPR for a while, did some other like freelance stuff. But I'm excited to come back and be able to go on the road and make an exciting show for people to watch.
So
I'm sorry, go ahead.
It is coming back like that. You're coming back full production scale. This isn't a dummied down audio only version or anything. Like you're bringing it back.
I'm bringing it back. Like some people who come on may not be able to, have a live interview. You might have to do something like this, but we record over StreamYard or Zoom or something. But the vast majority of folks will be on the road. We will go to where they are. We will do something fun. Smoke cigars, like with Lincoln Kennedy, like whatever it is. That's the stuff that we're going to be bringing back to the show. So, yes, it's a dream come true.
That's going to be live. That's going to be live. Was the Dave Stewart thing? Was that the fondest memory from the first run of it? What was the fondest, the most fun you had with an episode?
The most fun had to be with Damian Barling.
Thank you. She knew.
Yeah.
She knew.
My very first guest.
No, she you came and we did some stuff. Like you did some stuff with the Lowdown and me, Ken, and then we went off to
sushi.
Yeah. We went off to sushi. Yeah. And
I always try to feed my guests, get them a buzz going on, if at all possible.
Sushi and Moscow mules. Yep.
That's what I'm talking about right there.
Yeah.
Makes for good conversation. So, the difference with it not being a live show is one, I end up usually having really long conversations with folks. A lot of the guests that I had on the early season they were either analysts, reporters, or they were retired players. So they had all day. It was like, we can get a beer, we can get some cigars, we can talk about a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
Now that I've had some, experience and opportunities to talk to athletes that are currently playing, their schedules are very limited and they're not likely to smoke and get drunk with me. So I have to rely on other skills to get them to really talk about their journeys and stuff. But it's going to be fun. And I'm just grateful for the fact that some people that I told that it's coming back, they were like, yay, we've missed it. I'm like, you did?
It's really good. Yeah.
Subscribe to my show. No, there's more than 4, but it's been awesome.
That's tough.
Is that the only announcement we're making today?
Yes, that's the only
Oh man.
I don't want to jinx anything.
All right. More announcements for Olivia got more announcements than morning elementary school, man, but they're all good ones, man. We'll have those.
I was about to say something else, but we ain't going there.
Yeah, we're not going there. That's not happening either.
Born in the 90s. But I said, yeah, more announcements than public announcements.
I ain't gonna say that. Yeah, them poor brothers like, hey, we didn't do anything. He's like, man, we was.
And they like the all the extra actors and actresses on the Cosby Show. They're like, hey, don't not stream Born into the 90s. We didn't do nothing.
We relied on them checks. Y'all ain't got nothing for me. Come on, man. Go ahead, run that back. Wow, this show has really gone in a different direction since Deuce Mo left us. Boy, I tell you
what happened? What happened? I missed it.
I don't know, man. I don't know. It's a weird day. I'm like sidetracked. I'm watching Smoothie on a security camera because she's not feeling well, and Kenny's been carrying the whole show, and Kenny's afraid of the ocean. We've just been working through a variety. Of problems.
Afraid is inaccurate. I have a healthy respect for a place that's not my home. That's not my world. That's their world. I respect it. I'm not going to invade their privacy. Talking about sharks and all that other stuff. That's their home. What do I need to go swimming around? No. They don't want me there. I'm cool.
Well, they probably want you there. They will snack on you.
Yeah, that part.
If you go to the beach and you get a little bit in the water, there aren't sharks and things there.
No, I'll go to the beach. I'm talking about like being in the middle of the ocean.
Oh, yeah.
No,
yeah. I'm not a big fan of that, of being like looking out and there's just water in every direction and you couldn't get to land within a reasonable amount of time. I'm not cool with that.
Spooky.
I'm a good swimmer too. I'm like, clearly, if you're out in the ocean, you can't see land anywhere. Swimming won't matter. Your stroke, how strong it is, it doesn't matter. So I'm with you on that.
Are you like the Kings season's essentially over? It'll be officially over this weekend. Are you like done with basketball, or is basketball like ramping up for you? Because we just got through with the tournament. We just got through with the men's and women's tournament. Now the regular season is coming to a conclusion. Now we've got the playoffs. The playoffs is like regular season part 2 because it's super long. Like we've got to kind of hunker down for the NBA playoffs. We just got this long. Are you kind of faded off from basketball right now, or are you still amped up for what's ahead?
I don't know if I'm amped up, but I'm also a Warriors fan. So I have some skin in the game. I want to see how far they go. I want to see Steph Curry, whether or not he's going to be able to come back as himself, or how long it will take, if at all.
Come back at all. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm in it still, but I feel bad for the Kings. I feel like, there's a lot of emotional energy, and you guys do this every year. A lot of emotional energy spent on trying to will them into success and just put these pieces and parts together. You guys can do it. Play defense. We're going to be so much better than last year. And it was just a gigantic letdown.
Yeah.
So I feel bad about that, but yeah, I'm not done with basketball because the Kings are done. I'm still interested in how things shake out the next 4 months. It is forever. It is too long.
Mm-hmm. It is.
I feel like it's like nobody in their right mind would be optimistic about the Kings next year, just because why would you? They haven't done anything for almost 2 decades. So hopeful and optimistic are two different things. I wouldn't think anybody would be optimistic, but do you see any type of way that the team can end this streak next year? Because you have people like myself who says, they're not that far away. Like there's some things they got to take care of, but I don't think they're that far away. Then you got other people who are like, they got so many holes. I don't know how you do it in one off season. Where do you kind of lie with them being able to turn this around?
I think I'm with you. I think they're a couple of moves away. I mean, obviously you're going to need to name a coach. I don't think Alvin's going to stay. And I think they're 1 or 2 players away. 2 players, 1 player, God willing, who can shoot consistently and play defense, halfway decent, maybe a little better than halfway decent. And I think we could make some real strides next year and potentially get into play-in. But I'm always hopeful. I feel like if you're not hopeful or optimistic, like why are you even watching? Again, because most teams and most leagues lose. They don't go into playoffs. They don't win championships. Only one team ever gets that. So, but you're going on this journey with them as a fan of the team, as a fan of your city. Go ahead and do it. Yeah. That's where I am. Like, I'm going to get hopeful for them again. I'm going to expect some things. They may not meet those expectations, but I don't think there's a point of being a fan if you're like, I'm not going to watch. I don't expect anything good. And until they do this stuff, I'm not going to fine. Go.
I love temper tantrum, Olivia. That's solid right there. I wonder, and not everybody listening will be old enough to remember this, but there was a time where we were frustrated with the Kings and agitated because we thought we should be winning a championship. And it was the move we were talking about making in the offseason was the move that was going to put us over the hump, that the move that was going to get us to that ring, the move that was going to beat the Lakers, the move that was going to beat whoever was over there in the Eastern Conference. And now here we are like, man, can a brother just get to the play-in? Can we just be one of the 10 best teams in the league? Like, that's it? Man, times have changed. Good. But I think of that because I think of like Utah right now. Teams like Utah, teams like Portland, teams like, oh, it's not enough. It's not enough. Buddy, you don't know what you're in for. Like, this could go terribly. Oh, I remember people calling for Rick Adelman's head. Oh, everybody loves Rick Adelman today. Right. I remember y'all calling for Rick Adelman's head. You tell them people in Salt Lake City, y'all might want to fall back. Y'all might want to love Quinn Snyder the way he deserves to be loved. Because if y'all move on to something else because you think you should take that next step, which I've never been as high on that team as others have, but if you think you should take that next step, boy, you could be sorely mistaken and you're headed down a road that'll be tough to bounce back from. Of course, no one, I think, will be 17, 16 straight years, but still.
You'll never see this again.
You're living a good life right now. Don't let your hurt feelings run off a really good coach or a couple of really good ball players.
The grass ain't always greener.
Don't let your high expectations, your unrealistic expectations run off a good coach. Like, you need to live in the reality of who's on your team and the conference that you're in and all of the things we had to deal with this year. I hear you. It's always like hindsight, right? Like, oh man, we had it so good. Why didn't we take care of him?
That's right.
But I don't think a lot of teams experience that stuff.
But
I think it's nice of Kings fans to say, hey, Utah, look at us. Take time to think through this. Don't get crazy.
It is. There is an element though of like, this isn't working. Like we can just, it sounds crazy to us.
Yeah.
But losing in the second round does get old. And if that's all you're ever going to do, people are like, all right, even those people will be like, all right, well, do something else. Because at the end of the day, I know our objective here in Sacramento is to just get to the playoffs, but everybody else actually wants to win a championship. Right? Their objective isn't to get to the second round of the playoffs.
A what? A what?
Their objective is to win a championship, right? So sometimes you look at it as like, well, we're not going to reach our goal with how things are. We got to try something else.
Yeah, well, I'm not against trying something else, right? But it's just about, again, having a level of expectation. Having the goal of getting past the second round, I think every team as good as Utah should have that aspiration. But I think also as fans, Jazz fans have to be realistic about what we're up against. Like the Western Conference is, the Western Conference is difficult. There were years where the Eastern Conference was trash. And we were, the actual game, the actual championship was whether or not you won the Western Conference. So we go through these cycles. But I just think living in the reality of where you are is helpful as fans. But pushing and wanting better is what every athlete wants. Every coach wants. It's, to get over that hill, to get to the next level. So continue. And our hill is the play-in tournament, unfortunately. But yeah, also remember of where you were and be grateful for where you are. Utah. I don't know.
You think about Dallas too. I mean, Dallas has exceeded every expectation I had for them, and they made a lot of changes this offseason that we all kind of looked at like, oh God, like something bad is happening in Dallas right now. Oh no, they're fine. No, they're good. Yeah, they're 50 and 30. Like Jason Kidd is doing what he's supposed to do, and whoever is running that front office is doing what they're supposed to do. Like they've got some things working for them. Being a general manager or making those decisions, or a president or director of basketball operations, owner, whatever it is, you obviously you have to make difficult decisions. The Utah Jazz are going to have to make a difficult decision. Portland Trailblazers seemingly have had to make a series of difficult decisions, but you've also got to make strategic ones to where, Memphis had a nice little squad that they picked apart, broke up, and retooled. They never bottomed out. They may not have been great, but they didn't bottom out for like years upon years upon years. Yeah. And now they've kind of, rebuilt something. You're the Utah Jazz. You've got difficult decisions ahead of you. You better be strategic with them. I even sometimes look at the Clippers and wonder how strategic they were with the moves that they made. They just landed. They landed a great coach, and things kind of worked out for them. We'll step out. We'll regroup. We'll come back. We've got Give and Go with Maybach O on the way. She's excited. Baseball season is here, and she always has stuff to get off her chest on Thursday, so that's fun. Best part of the week coming up here with D'Lo and KC and Olivia Christian on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. I should have just let us ride. That's my bad. We should have gone to 28. That's me. Me.
No worries.
I feel like I'm out of the loop of what's been happening in sports this week. I haven't been able to watch much. I did watch the game, the Warriors and Kings game, but all of the headlines and things, I've been out of it. What's happening?
I don't think there's a
Tiger guy that people are kind of talking about.
Just Tiger. That's all it's really going on.
Yeah, Tiger got everybody.
Waiting for the playoffs to start. Martin.
I used the term steak. I don't think we've had a steak all week. I mean, Kenny did. Kenny had occasion steak, but I mean, in terms of the show, I'm just looking at our rundowns from earlier in the week. A
little bit of everything.
You asked, what did you miss? Nothing.
A little bit of this and that, a little bit of this.
Yeah, you ain't missed nothing. We actually had to work this week. We had to work to put together shows this week.
Martin, all you guys said it. Charlie confirmed it as well. Martin Shkreli. He's the guy who bought that Wu-Tang.
Yeah. I don't know how to pronounce it, but
He's a pharmaceutical guy who ripped off. He's a bad dude.
Like, raising the price of insulin for reasons. Yeah.
Really, really bad guy.
They're dropping a rare Prince album this year. I was reading about like a couple of weeks ago.
Did you see that video of him as a kid talking to the president?
I saw the picture of it.
Talking to who?
There was a video of, there was like a labor union or some kind of protest around in Minnesota, and they interviewed him. He's like 10 or something. I don't remember how old.
Really? I didn't see that.
Like, it's totally Prince's face. It looks like an adult man, and he's just on this little body. Like, they should get paid what they deserve.
Oh, that's awesome. I don't know how I missed that.
I'm sure you could find it. It was.
Oh, I'm going to find it right now.
Yeah, I saw the still shot. I didn't see the video.
My impersonation.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Look at little Prince.
That looks.
They're like, how random is
exactly like Prince.
I think it's funny when little kids have like when you see them as adults and then you see them as little. You're like, you had that man face as a child. He looks kind of.
This is phenomenal. Wow, that is amazing. That is absolutely amazing. What's he sound like?
Can you play it?
Still have the D voice.
Because they be working extra hours for us and all that stuff.
The first thing I thought was
Education too, cause and I think they should get some more money because they be working extra hours for us and all that stuff.
Prince been about it for years. Prince been about getting people their money since he was a kid.
Does it say like the age and then just in the video that I don't know if people figured
While
it out.
searching through footage of a 1970 teacher strike. So 1970, we could do the math real quick.
That's
WCCO uncovered and encrypted. Can you
crazy.
imagine stumbling across that?
Like, the kid looks like Prince. Prince?
No, that kid. So 1970. So 1970, 58. So he was 11 or 12.
Oh, nice. I think they should get more money because they work hard. Extra hours.
Don't worry, buddy. Next year, you're soon enough, you're gonna write slave on the side of your face to get your point across. Stunner, those East Coast games being delayed. Who would have thunk it?
Even pushed back the season for an hour or for a week. Still couldn't get him in.
Okay. I'm coming back, guys, in a couple minutes.
Okay.
I said we're coming back in a couple minutes. Like, no, we're coming back in like 20 seconds.
And I was like, okay.
Live on the Odyssey app, live on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live as well. D'Lo and KC brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. I tell my jokes about baseball, the games being delayed all over the country. Opening day is here. I'll say this, though. It's an opening day I didn't think would be here.
Tell me.
I didn't imagine we'd be talking about baseball today. I didn't imagine we'd be talking about baseball anytime soon.
Not in like game form.
Yeah,
like we talk about labor negotiations, but not actual games being played. The Cubs won tonight, all that other stuff.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, crazy. I'm so glad it's here though.
I'm happy for baseball fans that it's here.
Yay! I kept the faith. I knew it somewhere in my bones. It's happening.
You're an A's fan, aren't you, Olivia?
I do like the A's, but not when they play the Yankees. Don't tell me.
I ain't mad at that though. That A's fans won't like that though. You
I know.
that? They don't like that.
My dad. So the Yankees used to come out to play the A's the weekend of Father's Day for like a good chunk of it, like 5 or 10 years. So that was what my dad and I did together. Was I always took him to the Yankees A's game, and it would be like 50-50, and the A's would handle them year after year after year. The Yankees never were coming to Oakland and winning anything. That series, the A's always at least took 2 out of 3. And we tried to be a little bit neutral because we do like the A's, but you know, my dad's rocking his Reggie Jackson jersey, and he got a ball signed by him, and he's like a 12-year-old, like, oh my gosh. So we share the love of the family of just that franchise. And anybody who wants to fight with me, including my brother, who calls them the Stankies as if we're 6 years old, I'm fine with fighting about it. You're not gonna talk me out of my love for the Yankees. I'm so glad this season is starting. So glad.
Yeah.
it just dawned on me too, putting together our last two conversations, what a hypocrite I am, because one of my biggest frustrations is how long the Major League Baseball season is and how useless I feel some of it is. Now I recognize how long the NBA season is, but also when you combine the NBA season, the regular season plus the playoffs, it's got to be damn near as long as the baseball season. Like, it's what is it, October to June?
Yeah, maybe they still don't play as many games. Obviously,
The NBA doesn't play
they
as many
don't.
games.
Yeah. It's I mean, it's 100 plus, right?
That's
Probably.
162.
Like
That's
the
what I give.
champion-
Give me a shorter season.
Well,
As a
I mean-
fan, I don't even want to see that many games. It's too many.
Yeah, I agree. It needs to be 72 or 70 NBA season.
The NBA season needs to be 70.
Yeah, baseball needs to be shorter too.
Yeah, baseball. I feel like we can do with 100 games. That's still a ton of games. 100.
100. I give them 140.
What is that? It barely makes a dent.
That takes like a whole month off the
That ain't
season.
enough.
It takes like a whole month off the season.
Yeah, but you're still doing double headers at that point. Why not just get rid of double headers altogether? Shorten the season.
They'll never do double headers. Never. That's the problem. That's why they play every day, because they'll never do double headers.
I think every now and then, if there's like a rain delay and they have to they'll end up doing a double header. But I feel like with baseball, it's one of those sports. I think people like basketball for a lot longer. Baseball doesn't really get going until playoff season starts. Just because there's so many games and they're so inconsequential, it doesn't feel important. And so if we shrunk so many, I say take away 62 games, let's make it a 100-game season. I think at least that would help encourage more fans to start paying attention earlier.
I kept thinking like, yo, and again, I know I'm not the biggest baseball guy. I kept thinking, man, I do recognize how big opening day was, or how big opening day is. And especially given everything that led to this moment, I was thinking this morning as we were preparing for today, like, man, this doesn't feel like an opening day. Like normally it's just nonstop talk and you get it out the way. It's the first one. And I realized is it because of Tiger? Did Tiger steal the heat? Because opening day would never be the first. It would never be during the Masters.
No, but what they used to do is it used to be on the same day as the national championship game. That was like the thing.
Right.
Year. So it would be on that Monday, that first Monday in April. And that, I mean, it's also a different time. Baseball had a different place in the sports world at that time. So it was still a big deal back then. But like I said, it's because it's a different time. I don't think if it was Monday, if it was Tuesday, I think you would have felt the same way about opening day. But Tiger didn't help their causes at least.
Yeah, I think Tiger didn't help, but I don't know if it's the cause of the flat feeling for some folks.
Well, hell, I don't know if this is right or not, so I'm not gonna say it. I think it was an exhibition game, but they played a game last night between the Rays and the Phillies. I don't think that was a regular season game, but I didn't think they were doing. Yeah, it was still a spring training game, and it bugged me out because I was like, I thought they weren't having spring training at all yesterday, and I saw those two playing. I was like, is that a regular season game? It wasn't. It was spring training.
Okay. Yeah, it feels like there are things. Now that you mentioned the national championship thing, I remember that. I remember being at a Final Four. I told you that story with Trey and going to a St. Louis, a Cardinals opening day. It was freezing, but I remember it was during the Final Four. So yeah, I don't know. It just it felt flat, and I was thinking, man, did Tiger steal all of their thunder?
Tiger stole some of it, though. You're right about that. He did.
He gonna keep stealing it too. The more he play, the better he play. If he plays well into the weekend, ain't nobody gonna be talking about baseball for a couple days. And especially with ESPN not being able to talk about the Red Sox and Yankees for the next 24 hours.
What are they gonna do? What are they gonna do?
They're gonna have to talk about Tiger.
But you know what though, both of you guys, this also does speak to where we are. Like I said, with baseball nowadays, baseball is 100% a regional sport. Like in New York, opening day is as big as it's ever been. But I don't think the A's or the Giants are playing today, so ain't nobody out here really tripping. And even if they are, like, it's still not San Francisco and Oakland. You know what I'm saying? So we're not really tripping over opening day like that. And in general, obviously I am, but in general,
it's funny, like, I'm excited that the season is happening, but I don't think I ever got like nutballs for opening day. I've never been to an opening day.
Oh,
yeah, like I'm glad when the season begins. Jackie Robinson Day comes pretty early in the season. Like there's a lot of things to be excited about, but I don't get like, opening day, let's get out there. It's a long season. And I enjoy baseball more, of course, when I'm there. I like the entire experience. I like a beautiful ballpark. I like a nice hot dog, and some cheap beer. Like I like that whole experience. And so I enjoy a longish season, but opening day itself, especially if I'm not going, it has never meant that much to me.
I feel like opening day is the only, because like baseball doesn't have those like seminal, like football has Thanksgiving, right? Basketball they have Christmas, they have opening day, they have Christmas, they have MLK Day. Like they've got markers that are like, these are a big day. This is a big day. This is a big day. I mean, opening day, I feel like is big. To me, April 15th is still a big day. But outside of that,
4th of July.
Really?
Yeah, 4th of July big.
I feel like the hot dog eating contest stole the 4th of July from baseball.
Nah, 4th of July is still big.
They do it up in those stadiums on 4th of July.
4th of July, because it's everybody. So the one way that you can tell, or at least that you feel that it's a big deal, and that's why opening day is a big deal, is because they play day baseball, right? So it's like this is special because Giants are playing at 1:00 on a Friday. They never play on 1:00 on Friday unless it's a special occasion, opening day or 4th of July or something like that. So that's that as a baseball fan, that's how things get a different feel. You know what I'm saying? Oh, they're playing a day today. Oh, they're playing a day game, and and it's not just a random Wednesday. Like, oh, I should be barbecuing hot dogs. Oh, let's go 4th of July, Memorial Day, something like that. So, but to your point, it's not Christmas in the NBA. Absolutely, the Giants could play the Brewers on the 4th of July. Like it doesn't matter. You know what I mean?
I don't know why that made me laugh, but the Giants.
Me too, like the Brewers.
The Giants and the Brewers on the 4th of July. Let's go. We gotta be there. Do the Giants go, yo, hey, schedule's out. Who's our 4th of July game? we get one of
That's the challenge around baseball. Like it doesn't have that excitement around it about head-to-heads, right? Like on Thanksgiving or on a Christmas day. Like we have 3 or 4 games. And, if you're on the West Coast, they start at 10 o'clock in the morning and you can just sit there and watch games all day. And it's amazing. Baseball, it's like you said, there aren't pivotal games. There aren't like giant opportunities other than opening day to really kind of celebrate everyone coming back into the season, except for those random day games. And they're still not like Christmas or Thanksgiving for the NFL. But I think the MLB should just do better at marketing as a whole. I feel like they're continuing to lag behind and introducing a new generation into the love of the game. And it's because they're stuck in their ways. That is an old kind of grandpa feel, bow ties and just laziness around it. It's just like, you can fall asleep for 4 innings in your chair and it doesn't matter. You wake up and it's that feel. As opposed to a basketball game or an NFL game, you want to see those quarters. You want to see what happens. Yeah. But
now, I will say this about baseball, that they do pretty well. And I mean, football obviously does it the best just because of the nature of the schedule and all this other stuff. Baseball will give you the random July 3-game series that you feel is like, oh, we got action here. We got action. Like remember last year, Giants Dodgers in the middle of July, and I was like, yo, this is going to tell me a lot right here. This is
you overreact to everything.
It was a big deal. Actually, they had that game on last night, or the one that was on my birthday. What a game that was. But even then, baseball gives you the end of the season that basketball doesn't really give you. Like September, oh, I'm looking at the schedule. Oh, they got a 3-game series against the Dodgers. They played the Dodgers 6 times in September. They got 3 here, 3 there. As of right now, they're 1 game back in the standings. Those are going to be huge games. The Sixers and the Celtics and the Bucks play tonight, right? And it's like, it's like
that's a big game.
I mean, it is. Like nobody's season is on the line.
Well, no, the season isn't on the line.
And that's what happens in baseball. Now they're going to get away from that a little bit because they keep expanding these playoffs. But in the, when it was just the division winner and a wild card or something like that 6 games against your division rival when there's 1 game in the standing, that was major. You don't get that in basketball too much.
See, I tried to tell you, though, that series in July didn't mean anything.
Oh, it changed everything.
It didn't change anything. They played
we were here
47 more times before the season was over.
Let them know we were here.
And then what happened? How'd the story end? It didn't mean anything.
We won the division. What you talking about?
Oh, you don't do that. Don't hang your hat on that. Come on.
Oh, no. I'm not hanging my hat on that. When you have real World Series championships, you don't hang your hat on division champ. I'm just telling you what happened. But when you got real World Series championships, real parades that you've been to, you don't worry about division titles. It just is what it is.
This is the real reason we don't talk baseball right here is because of this. This is the I think your biggest fandom is actually the Giants. It's not the Kings, it's not the 49ers, it's the Giants.
Well, I've been to the mountaintop with the Giants, so maybe I'm not as passionate with it. I've been to the mountaintop 3 times. I keep telling you, I think the Niners have taken over because I got to get.
Is that why you're unbearable when it comes to the Giants? Is because you've been to the mountaintop 3 times?
I mean, like Rob W says, I'm just speaking facts. That's all I'm doing. We've been to the mountaintop 3 times in the last 10, 15 years. I don't know.
Moderators block Rob W for that. Just for that one. Just for that.
Well, yeah, I think those series, if you don't like baseball or you're kind of on the fence about it and you see that they keep playing the same team over and over again, it's
hard to get hyped for it.
Exactly, because there's so many games. If they cut it down, it would be better. You can get hyped for that. You can get hyped for interleague play, a Subway series, or Giants 8. But I think it will help with excitement to shrink the season altogether. And maybe don't have so many games where these big rivals are playing so many times in a season. Make it more consequential. Make it, 3 or 4 times in a season, not 15.
It's like the first one is exciting and the last one could be exciting. To use your example, first time Giants Dodgers play. Okay, let's go. Okay, they're going to play 4 more series in between. And then the last time they play, that could be big.
The ones in the middle are entertaining.
They're not entertaining. They could be entertaining, but
So look, I make it ain't nobody loves the NBA more than I do. What the hell? What is so important about Christmas? If we're having that argument,
it's the Lord's birthday.
Not
he wants to watch basketball.
But the actual games, they mean nothing. No,
I've been told that's when the season starts.
Yeah. Well, the actual, we talking about the games and we talking about baseball game, a big game in July meaning nothing. The Christmas Day games mean nothing.
Okay, so the Kings get a Christmas game next year. Kings get a Christmas game in 2 years. You ain't gonna be hyped?
I'll be hyped because it's Christmas. Just like I'm hyped that the Giants I'll be like, yo, this is exciting. Giants Dodgers in July. But in the grand scheme of things, that Christmas Day game has no bearing on what happens with their season. None.
Honestly, I feel like when Christmas comes around, just when seasons get to that point in baseball, football, basketball, whatever, that's when a different fan base begins to watch. Because now you're going into the playoffs for football and those teams who have lost, now you can start paying attention to the next season, right? Like if your team is not going anywhere in the playoffs, all right, what's going on with the NBA? It's Christmas time. Here we go.
You're right about that. But people say that about the NBA, like the NFL plays on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. No, the games get played. The NFL is played on Sunday and Monday, and then they got their Thursday. The Niners don't play all those days. There's days when, hey, it's Tuesday night. Basketball's on. I'm watching it. So the people are like, I don't even watch until Christmas Day. What are you doing on Tuesday and Wednesday? What are you watching? You're watching
some
basketball.
people
Come
don't
on.
watch sports for a living. They do other things. So like you
This is
have
true.
created this as your career because you're into it.
Oh,
And
don't.
No, but the people I have these conversations with, they think they watch everything.
And don't let him fool you. Like, he watches stuff he doesn't have to.
Right
like
now,
Kenny's watching the Western.
The state champions invitational semifinal. This is high school basketball. Norcross of Georgia is playing Auburn of Washington as we speak.
So he frames that as, oh no, it's my work. That's not making it into Friday's show. It ain't gonna be there.
The state champions invitational is going in the rundown.
I swear 90% of the stuff Kenny watches has nothing to do with our show. Absolutely nothing. Did you have are your Yankees going, is that your prediction? Are your Yankees going to the World Series?
I don't think they're going.
No?
I want them to go, but I don't
Who do you think's going?
I don't know. I'm not in a position right now to make predictions. I have to say, like, even though I love baseball, it takes me a while to get a feel for teams. We got to get a couple of games in, see how people are doing, see these injury reports.
I love that you said we're going to get a couple of games in. Then you're going to make your prediction. So we're like 4 games into a 162 game season, and then Olivia's going to make her prediction.
I'll make a prediction in June about what we're doing.
The Mariners are 3-1, man. I don't know. It could be it.
The other tough contrast with Major League Baseball is like NBA playoffs are about to start, and I'm watching and I'm going back and forth, and we go, oh, 3 from Steph Curry. Oracle is on fire. Oh, timeout, Portland. This is crazy. And I changed the channel. The 3-2 pitch from Logan Webb is a ball 4. And how you going to have me up at the highest of the high with the NBA playoffs? And then I turn and it sounded like a golf match with Major League Baseball. I'm going back to the NBA playoffs. That happens all.
You hear that classic?
Yeah, just the contrast of the two.
Well, that's why I think, like, when you're like, I like to watch sports year round. I'm a fan of the big 3, but I don't get into the next game and the next season until I've gone through playoffs. Like, I'm hyped to watch the NBA playoffs. I'm going to watch some Yankees games. I'm going to watch A's games, Giants games, things like that. But I'm not going to I'm not going to not watch the basketball playoffs to start watching early baseball. There's 160. I don't need to watch the first month. Even.
That's where I feel about golf.
Some games, but like, I feel like a lot of people who are fans of the big 3 are like that. You kind of have to, again, like, let those things sunset, like those seasons sunset, those leagues sunset before you can get hyped for the next one. At least, I know. I say a lot of people feel that way, but I'm honestly just speaking for myself.
That's the way I feel about golf, except I never start watching it.
Never. Golf or hockey has a long season too. Their season is forever.
Hockey, I really never watch.
Yeah.
Never watch.
Never ever.
Playoffs. Yeah, I do. Occasionally.
I'll if there's something like I do like to stay in the Cup playoffs too, but there still has to be something intriguing in there to me. I'm way too casual to be.
I have to be at a hockey game to care about hockey. It's fun when you're there. It's cold and people are yelling. And I remember the first time I went to a Sharks game, I think I was in college, and they were fighting, and I was like, why aren't the refs doing something? They're fighting over it, and they're like, they're allowed to fight. They're allowed to fight.
Different cultures, Olivia. Different cultures. I want to point something out because I realize I just said this out loud. And has anyone thought about what would happen if the Mariners made the playoffs?
No.
I haven't thought about it now.
I know no one cared,
but I'm
just.
People don't even care that they have a longer streak than the Kings.
That's
They
true.
just look at the Kings as being the
People are
last.
like, wait, the Mariners are still there? Oh, okay.
People ain't even tripping. They're going on 20. I think this is their 21 years. They're trying not to make it 22.
Well, that's on the way for the Kings, as we have learned over the course of the last couple of days, if they don't get things right next season. Give and go with May back. One of the best times of the week. No, by the way, before we do that, no deep interpersonal conversations you want to have this week?
Well, now that you brought it up, no. I was digging. I'm like, what can I talk about that will get people angry at me? I did read that Will Smith is checking into a mental health facility.
We got to get in it. This was a hell of a week.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I don't want to go there.
Yeah, it was a hell of a week. Yeah.
No, I didn't. Like I said, I feel like I've been out of the loop sports wise for a while, for the last couple of days. So I didn't see anything big. But one thing that's been kind of on my brain is about not the WNBA, the NCAA women's game. It got the biggest ratings, men or women's side, since 2008. It was like 4.8 million people watching it. And for years, like, I love watching the college game, but my love for those players does not extend to when they go to the WNBA. And I think that happens for a lot of people. I read some studies about it. Like, they're trying to figure out why the fandom doesn't translate once they go into the professional league. And I can't figure that out. I think potentially my problem is I have been watching NBA basketball for so many months that by the time their season starts, I don't want to watch basketball anymore. And I don't like that the ball's two colors. That really bothers me as well. The white and the.
Yeah. Okay. That's a weird thing to be bothered by, but like, that's fine. Is there something to be said for maybe you weren't watching for like Boston and Beckers, but you were watching for Staley and Oriema? Like, because in the women's college game, the stars are still the coaches. And it's very rare, like the Candace Parkers, the Maya Moores, the Brittany Griners, those are rare. Paige Beckers will be that next year, assuming she's around the entire year. Like, she would have been that this year. But Boston's a really good player. Like, there are good players all over the place, but the stars, those were that was Tara Vanderveer. Like, she's not, really oozing charisma, but her record speaks for itself. Gino, Dawn, like, they don't go to the WNBA.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think all college sports they're different from the major leagues, but that's because a lot of us have gone to college, and so we're fans of our school, right? So if you love Stanford, you went to Stanford, you're going to go for Stanford every year in the tournament or whatever, Michigan in the men's, whatever that is. But there are some standout stars, and you named a few of them. But again, I think it's odd that they continue to have a really hard time kind of harnessing that fandom of individual players and bringing it to the WNBA. There are a couple of stars now, like Sue Bird. People love Sue Bird and Diana Taurasi, and they're huge. Candace Parker, like you named, but it's not. I feel like it's even them. They're not as popular as individual players that are playing in the NCAA right now, like a Paige Beckers. And it's not likely that Paige is going to be able to take that fandom into the WNBA. It's just unlikely. But that's just what I've been thinking about. Like, I wonder what that is. When I see a WNBA game, I'll watch it. And there was arguments on Twitter last year. Draymond Green was trying to give advice. What you need to do is tell more stories, and that will attract people to watch the WNBA. And those women who've been focused on trying to get more women to watch the WNBA, because I think the majority of their fans are men. But even me, like, as a woman who played sports growing up, I played basketball. It doesn't translate for me in the WNBA. And I'm hoping that it's just because I'm tired of basketball by the time their season starts. But I think they, even as a league, have to figure that out. And they're still trying to, but.
I hate the way they market that league. I think that's one of their biggest flaws, is the way they market it. I think they've failed at marketing their league for a really long time.
Well, and me and Damian, we've talked about this before, but I think what you talked about, is 100% right. People are basketball out by August. You know what I mean? Like, they never get an opportunity. They'll never, like, with what I propose, they're still not going to get it all to themselves. But they have half their season going through the most intense time of the NBA schedule. Like, that's
well, it's not half. It's like their season usually starts at the end of May.
End of May, so they got all of June.
So you got part of June, but your point is sort of still valid, because we go from the finals to the draft to free agency.
And now, well, even now, Summer League is huge now. Like, Summer League can take on a life of its own. So you're losing July as well. You may have August, but then if everybody's a sports fan, they're either, number one, taking a break from basketball, or they're starting to gear up for football. And talking about baseball, like, August is when people would start paying attention to baseball. I've always thought, and I know why you say they can't do it because they don't make enough money in the States to do this. But I think their season should mirror the NBA season. I think that would be the best timeline for success. Because the way it is right now, I don't think that's ever going to work. I don't think the timeline they're on right now is going to work for to really grow the game.
There's also, I think there's also a slightly simpler form, a slightly simpler answer to all of this, in that you don't ever, like, if you're watching ABC tonight, you're not hearing, check out the season 2, the big summer season 2 premiere of Abbott Elementary. Don't nothing premiere in the summer. No, don't nothing air during the summer because people aren't watching TV in general. People aren't watching TV during the summer. Kenny was they outside. They on vacations. They're doing something else rather than being in front of their television. Right. And ratings for anything in the summer are different. And that's the uphill battle that the league always fights.
Wow.
They do. And I worry, Kenny, at the suggestion of having them up against the NBA. Because I feel like maybe they should try, but how do you do that? You're like, okay, we're going to change the season dates and see how we do up against the NBA. But I do think it's fatigue and what you're talking about this summer. Like, people are just tired of basketball and people are out. I mean, all of the major channels like NBC and HBO, they're all putting reality shows on in the summer because it's cheap. They're not investing in those big shows. And I think the WNBA, that, it's a challenge for them to do that. But I'm glad to see that the women's NCAA game is just gaining momentum and a lot of people are enjoying it. I think that's cool.
I believe, I do believe in a sports body clock, right? Where I don't have to necessarily look at the calendar to know what should be going on right now. So, like, for instance, football season's coming to an end. Oh, Super Bowl. It's be time for basketball to really ramp up. Like, I don't even know what day it is on the calendar. My body clock. For 30 plus years of watching sports, football's coming to an end. It's basketball season. Let's go. You know what I mean? And basketball playoffs going on, NBA playoffs going on. Oh yeah, basketball playoffs. Baseball should be happening. It should be like opening day or around. Like, yeah, weather's good, getting outside. Like, yeah, that should be happening. I don't need to look at the calendar. Nobody, and it's a newer league, so maybe it needs even more time. But when basketball season is over, everybody's either looking at baseball or taking a break before they start the football. They're not looking, WNBA playoffs are right around the corner. I need a break. Then I feel like if you put them in the same, there's concerns if you put them on at the same time, but I think there's still an element of it's basketball season. Like, I'm watching basketball right now. So whether it's men's or women's, it's basketball season. That's what I'm watching. They watch women's college basketball. They watch, they attend those games, things that, because it's basketball season. And I'm a believer in that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's interesting. I don't know if I have a body clock, but I do feel like I do roll into seasons as other leagues sunset. I'm ready for baseball.
Well, I think that's the biggest reason the XFLs failed.
Yeah.
Is they tried to start the week after the Super Bowl. Like, I do not want to watch this the week after just watching the highest level of the sport.
Yeah.
Wait a little while. Let us miss football, then bring it back. When people are starting to get that appetite to see football, then do it. And I don't know what the $7 production plan is for the new XFL next year in terms of when they're going to start it. But I know he's smart enough to not start it the day after the Super Bowl or the week after the Super Bowl or whatever Vince did twice. He literally made the same exact mistake twice. Vince, what are you doing? Give and go with Maybach O or no?
Well, my gives and goes were around baseball. We already talked about shortening the season. Give me a shorter season. I want to get bat flipping and excitement and change of music and energy into it. Give me that. One of the things that I don't really like is, what takes a lot of time in baseball are batters stepping out of the batting box. And they're, going through their ritual and tapping the shoe. And I'm for rituals and superstitions. I love it. I love seeing it and, wiping their arms down and looking and tapping their chest and saying, "Mama, I miss you." Whatever you got to do before you get. But I feel like we got to make it a little quicker because when the games are lasting, 4 hours, it's a challenge. It's a challenge. So give me that. But what could go? I already mentioned this. Are they like the kind of old timey legacy things like? Charge and those songs have been on and playing during certain innings for 200 years, however long baseball's been around. I feel like we can introduce some new themes into baseball and to really like what we talked about the WNBA having a challenge around marketing that league. MLB does a really bad time at marketing superstars in their league.
Yep.
And they should take some notes 100%. From the NFL and from the NBA. We should be seeing these players.
The NFL ain't experts at that.
Well, the individual players, their agents, and Nike.
There you go. There you go. Yeah.
But
the NBA markets players. NFL agents, they market NFL players. The NFL's like, no, we football. This the shield, bro. This the shield. This ain't. Is this the Tom Patrick? Oh no, this is the shield.
So let me. We ain't got a whole lot of time, but real quick, what do you guys mean by market them? Like, what does the NBA do? Is it the NBA or is it the individual players? Because, like, I think about it like this: the two best players in baseball, you don't see them other than when they're playing baseball. You don't see their Instagram. You don't see them on Twitter, and that's not. And not to defend Major League Baseball to the death, but I've heard them like
you really are
say Mike Trout, we need you to do stuff on your own. He's like, I'm just not that guy. I'm just not that guy.
But there are guys who are, and they silence those guys. They don't like when they are too outrageous and, like I said, backflipping and like showing off. They try to silence those guys.
They put Tatis on the cover of their baseball game, their video game.
I'm sorry?
They put Fernando Tatis on the cover of their video game.
They almost had to. That's a no-brainer.
Yeah, they can't ignore him in that way, but you still get the overall feel that they're anti any of that stuff. They do want you to follow the traditions, that the spoken and unspoken. And
I feel like the writers are more like that. I feel like the baseball media is more like that than the actual league.
Yeah.
I think they're working in collusion with on that one. But I'll absolutely the people who cover the sport are 100% at least as guilty as the league is. This is probably thankfully the baseball season's long, so we have plenty of time to talk about this. That's Olivia Christian, our 1320 host and contributor. As we mentioned, the game last night on its way back. Make sure you go subscribe to the Game Last Night channel on YouTube. Many of you are already over here on YouTube. Just search out the Game Last Night channel. If you missed any part of today's show, if you missed David Patrick, the new Sac State head coach, if you missed Deuce and Mo, if you missed our conversation with Olivia, you can check it out in podcast form on the Odyssey app, on Apple, Spotify, Google Play, wherever you get podcasts from. And we'll be back here tomorrow to wrap up the week at noon on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Holla.
Yay. I really wanted to wear a poofy dress, but it's too damn hot.
Heat wave.
Okay. I'm gonna switch over, Charlie. All right. Sorry, guys. Charlie still got commercials playing. I'm switching over. Oh, good job, everybody.
Oh man.
Did you play baseball growing up, Kenny?
I did till about, I don't know, 6th or 7th grade.
Oh.
And then I just went full time to basketball. That was a terrible move. Should have stayed with it.
Were you better at it, but you loved baseball more?
I feel like I was good. I was really good at baseball, for that age group, for where I was at. Like, I was on the all-star teams and stuff like that. I don't know if it would have continued or not, but I should have saw it through. I don't know why I stopped. Well, I know why. Basketball was just more fun and it was cooler, but
yeah.
I shouldn't have stopped.
I'm gonna play with buttons while we're talking. Oh.
I like the 3-screen, the side by side.
I like that one too.
Yeah.
I feel like
I
it's
do.
a lot.
I didn't feel like you liked it, but yeah, I like this one too.
I like
I feel like it's a lot of face.
That's okay.
They want to see your face.
People like seeing it.
I like your
I wonder. Oh,
I
there
sit
you
far
go.
away because I don't like to be all up in my face.
All right. What's that do?
Well, I played basketball and tennis were my big sports, and I played soccer to kind of keep my legs.
Uh-huh.
I was good at soccer. I was really good kind of naturally, but I loved basketball. And if my parents had been like, you are short and you don't have good handles, play soccer, shake me. I feel like I could have gone further, but I loved basketball. I loved it.
And that's what matters the most. You gotta go with what you love. Like I said, my mom should have said, like, no, you're going to baseball practice, but she didn't.
That's the thing. Like my dad's like, well, she would have made you? You would have been mad, but we wanted you to do what you liked. But my niece Morgan is super tall and really great at soccer, but she doesn't have that like get after it kind of mentality. And my sister every year is like, please keep playing. You might get a college scholarship. Don't give up. She wants to put on makeup and make videos. I'm like, no.
Oh my gosh. I found her on TikTok. I was like, I don't know if I can unfollow her. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm not okay with it. And they're not crazy. Like she doesn't post crazy videos. It's just like, oh, my goddaughter's a grown ass woman. Okay. That's wild.
My brother and I were like, did you see Morgan? Oh my, I'm like, I know. She's a grown up.
That's the other thing that baseball, not to MLB's, it's not MLB's fault. Basketball is just cooler. Like basketball is just cooler. The culture, that's what I love about the culture of basketball is just cooler. You got the game itself, you got the gear, you got the shoes. You know what I mean? You got being courtside at an NBA game or something like that, like courtside at a high school game. It's just basketball is just cooler.
I think basketball has that coolness factor, but I do think there are ways the MLB could do better and maybe insert a little bit more coolness.
Now
it won't be on the same level. It won't be on the same level.
The interesting thing about it is if you go to like the Puerto Rico's, the Dominican Republic and all that, I mean, the way they play basketball or baseball in their leagues and their crowds, oh man, it is lit. It is a movie when their baseball leagues are going on. It don't have that same vibe here throughout the whole season.
Yeah, they come here and they're quieted.
They bring it, but see, they bring. I really do think it's more the writers, because like they bring it. Think about all these guys in here right now. Like they come and they do their thing. Like they got the jewels on. They do their little dances in the dugout. They be bat flipping. They be walking. And MLB isn't saying don't do this. But the writers are coming out like this is a travesty, and Lou Gehrig would never do this. Like, what are you talking about? What you talking about, bro? Yeah. So the league itself.
I don't know. I do think they're working in collusion. I think baseball, they're so concerned with tradition and how it's always been. I mean, that's what they think about when they think of the God, I can't think of it. Where you go when you retire, Barry Bonds can't get into it.
Wow.
But
who's in control of that?
I'm sorry?
Who's in control of that?
Yeah, the writers.
The writers. They're the ones. I think they bear more of the blame than MLB themselves.
I feel like the MLB, if they wanted to do some stuff to change the narrative, they could insist on some of that stuff with coverage. A bit, maybe not totally, but Ben Rosenthal and the bow tie and Buster, like, yeah, only we don't need all that stuff.
Shout out to McClatchy. CKM, stand up. Let's go. Let's go.
I'll stop talking now.
All right, y'all. Cheers. Thanks for hanging out with us. We will see you tomorrow at noon.